Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished faculty, and fellow students. It is an honor to stand before you today to discuss the innovative work being carried out at the DUT AppFactory. My name is Ghulam Rasul Ramjan, the support team leader at the DUT AppFactory. Established in 2015, the AppFactory is a state-of-the-art incubation center with the primary goal of empowering students, staff, and the community to develop innovative, market-ready technology solutions. At the core of the Art Factory's mission is the belief that technology can be a powerful tool for social and economic development when placed in the right hands. The center is also committed to fostering a culture of innovative and entrepreneurship and collaboration so that everyone can harness the benefits of technology. Today's conference covers emerging technologies, industry trends, mentorship, and career development. Provides a dynamic platform where industry experts, seasoned mentors, and rising talents to coverage to explore the latest trends and chart paths for professional growth. I look forward to engaging and discussions ahead on how we can work together to shape the future. Going forward with the agenda, at 9 a.m. we will have Mr. Abuobayda Shabat, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Head of Data Science. He will be presenting on Coding Tomorrow, Shaping the Future of Software Development. At 10 a.m., we will have Mr. Rory Preddy, who is the Principal Cloud Advocate at Microsoft South Africa, and will be presenting on AI, accessibility, and 1.6 billion people. We will then have our first comfort break at 11 a.m. At 20 past 11, we will have Mr. Alan Peed, who is a MVP and a part of the UWC AppFactory. His presentation will be on Azure OpenAI in your .NET applications. At 10 to 12, we'll have Mr. Swarab K. Bagul, who is a part of Prismic Reflections, Web Solutions LLP, and co-founder and design director. He'll be joining us live from India and will be presenting on AI to unleash new age UX designs. Following that, at 20 past 12, we will have Ms. Nafisa Alibedi, who is a data scientist, data analyst, and a tech entrepreneur. She will be presenting on navigating the future key trends shaping the landscapes of data science and technology. Moving on to our second break, which will be a lunch break at 10 to 1. After our lunch break, we will return at 25 past 1, where we will have Dr. Progress Charlie, who is a DUT CIO and a part of the Durban University of Technology. Dr. Charlie will be presenting on the ensemble of smart devices to manage one's health. At 5 to 2, we'll have Ms. Charmaine S. Dube, who is a senior specialist business analyst, as well as a digital entrepreneur and a part of the youth and diversity advocate. Ms. Dube will present on the nurturing success, the power of mentorship, and social career development. At 20 past 2, we will have Mr. Somalizi Diko, who is a cloud advocate at Microsoft South Africa and will be presenting on how to enhance business processes using AI Builder on the Power Platform. At 5 to 3, we'll have Mr. Nazir Juman, who is a solution architect and will present on Clean Code and .NET Core. At 25 past 4, we will have Ms. Amira Bedihafi, who is a full-stack business intelligence engineer, who will be joining us live from Portugal, and she will be presenting on unlocking career growth, how free mentorship and online communities elevated my business intelligence journey. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will now be heading off to our first speaker, who will be Mr. Abuobayda Shabat. Welcome, Mr. Shabat.
Sorry.
We're currently experiencing technical difficulties with Mr.
Can you hear me
Shabat.
now?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for having me today. Good morning, everyone. It's really truly pleasure to be here with you today. For those who might not know, my name is Abuobayda Shabat, and for almost 6 years, I had the privilege of being a lecturer at Durban University of Technology, DUT. Um, I have seen the passion for technology and innovation. Sorry, that this institution foster. I'm actually following App Factories on Facebook and LinkedIn, and you guys do a really amazing, initiatives or training, the students and the staff. So really well done.
Thank
So
you.
after years, of shaping young minds, at DUT, I found myself, drawn to the world of practical, problem solving. And today I stand as, sorry, let me present this as the Deputy CEO of Risk Insight, and I'm also the head of the data science lab. And in my role currently, our team is detected, to leveraging technologies and data, to tackle some of the most pressing challenges in the business world. Specifically, we're focusing on, private companies, listed companies in African market, in concerning of, environmental, social, and governance, which known as ESG. And our mission is not just, about the data; it's about making a meaningful impact, on how business operates, and in the context of sustainabilities and responsibilities. Um, and basically, it's taking, the theory, and basically converting it into tangible solutions. Currently, we build, different kind of models. We use natural language processing, artificial intelligence, data science, to rate listed companies when it comes to their performance, when it comes to the environmental, social, and governance. And actually, that really gives me the background when it comes to, going from the academia to industrials. I will show you in this presentation, some of the key things that really change, the software world, right? And uh, le- before I go through that, let's look at first at the evaluation, or the progress of, of the software development. The first thing that really affect, the software development is the hardware. I mean, if you look at the first computer, which managed to solve 29 equations, and the way it looks, and by the way, not everyone have access to it. I mean, only few people can have access to that computer. And everything, when it comes to build an application, it was involved when it comes to physicals, which, for example, there was the punch code, where people have physically to do it. And if you make a mistake, it means months of work that needs to be repeated. And then, we start to see the first computer, first personal computer, where people start to have access to the computers. And it's still in that time also, it was, developing an application, it was quite a challenging, because yes, the hardware is advancing, but when it comes to the way we program the machine, it is still, at the beginning. And as you know, this is, by the way, this is just an example of how the hardware has been advanced. I mean, we all know about, the trip to the moon, right? Where they use Apollo, and they launch it, to go to the moon. And the distance was actually around 356,000 kilometers. And that really makes you wonder, like, what kind of computer that in that time they have. And if you look at the RAM, for example, it was 64,000 bits, right? Actually, if I just want to put this in perspective, if I want to store this presentation in Apollo computer, it will complain by saying, you know what, there is no space. And also, to put it in perspective, when it comes to our smartphone, I mean, the average smartphone has an average RAM, which will be like 4 gig, right? Which is basically 1 million times more memory than Apollo. And that shows you the huge improvement. I mean, with 64,000 bits, we managed to go to the moon and come back, right? And now in our hand, we have 1 million time processing power. And that shows you, the the advancement, when it comes to the hardware. The other part when it comes to the software development is the way we communicate, with the machine. I mean, we all know that the machine works in a binary code, which is 0 and 1. So, which basically like a switch. 1 is on, 0 is off. And it was really difficult for anyone to build an application in that way. I mean, you have to type so many zeros and so many ones, right? And if you make one mistake, it means the whole application is not going to work. And it was really quite challenging to build, a software. And even this software was really very specific, just to solve an equation and, something really straightforward. And then, the software has, developed, and now we have a simply language, which basically it's like a translator where you can write a few codes. And it's also a simply language. It wasn't really easy, but it was easier than writing or typing 0 and 1. And it works as a translator between, what you typing as some keywords, and then it translates it into 0 and 1. And then, we came to the high level language, right? where we have languages like Python, Java, which is very close to the English language. So, for example, if I want to display something on the screen, I can simply just say, you know what, print, and it will display it for us. And as you can see, we have different kind of languages. Every language has its own advantage, and disadvantage, and so on. Some applications, for example, for mobile application, you can use Flutter and so on. For web application, you can use JavaScript, and so on. So it really depends. So this is when it comes to the high level language. But we also have some other improvement, which is really, I think it's one of the most important one, which is the object oriented language, where we start, organizing, our code into different, capsules, right, or abstract. So, for example, now instead of writing thousands of lines, that do one function, now you can reuse the code. So you can build a function that do a particular thing, and then you can just call it into your main code. So that's really reduce the amount of text or code that you need to write, and also to make it more organized. And the other aspect is that now you have a huge community of programmers. Anyone who solve an issue or write a function, you can simply now call that function and use it into your program. So basically you don't need to write everything from scratch. You can just use what other people have written and inherit from them. And then the other aspect was the rising of AI and the machine learning. And this is where I think software development has quite to change a lot. AI or machine learning, it really changed the way we do programming. Before, we have everything has to be hard coded. So, for example, if I want to, let's say, build an application for coffee machine, right? Basically, I have to write the steps. The first thing is first, maybe I need to boil the water, and then I need to put the coffee and then the sugars and so on. So I have steps, hard coded steps that I need to follow and then write it as a code. But with the rise of AI, huge things has changed. For example, if I want to build a self-driving car, now, if I want to do it with the old way, which is basically hard coding, it means now I have to cover every environmental aspect. So, for example, now if my car is driving from A to B, I can simply just say, you know what, go on that speed and write it as a code. But what happened if it was raining, right? Or maybe there is something in the road, right? Or maybe someone, there is a police or there is a sign. So there is hundreds and maybe even thousands of factors that affect that, which mean basically now I have to go and hard code every one of it, right? Which basically is not going to work. Actually, if I take even a simpler example, like for example the email spam. Now, in the email spam, I remember the first email spam that has been written was based on keyword. So, for example, if a person mentioned in the email that he's from Nigeria and he is a prince, because it used to have this a lot of emails, then go and make it as a spam. But that doesn't cover all the spams. Then they start adding more keywords and more keywords. And basically, it reached a level where any email now it sees, it thinks of it as a spam. And this is where the AI and the machine learning algorithm came and basically start to learn from the history, from the data that you have. So now instead of generating keywords, basically you show him all the spams or could be a spam, and then the machine learning or the algorithms will start to learn the patterns and the features, and then from there it can start predict if this email is a spam or not. And it really improve it. And we can even see it today that everywhere we see an AI application, actually even now in my laptop, my smartphone, your emails, everything, there is an AI algorithm behind it, and it really works very well. And I think most of us use also ChatGPT, which we will come to it next. So AI is not that scary Terminator from that movie that is going to take over the world, or maybe, who knows. But we can see now that AI is actually is a really helpful toolbox that we use as software developers. So, for example, we use it, for example, to generate code, right? Or to basically speed up, our coding process. And one of the things that I actually use, and I use it a lot, is GitHub Copilot. So, for example, now if I want to write a function that sum two numbers, all what I need to do is just write in the comments, sum of two numbers, and then it will be able to generate, that function for you, as you can see here in this example. And also, if you want, for example, top product, and it is more complex than that. I mean, this is just a simple examples. Actually, I was shocked when I was writing an application, a web crawler, right, to get the news from a particular website. And I just wrote the comments, and I was shocked that it wrote the whole application for me, and it's only in a few minutes. And my job become as a software developer not to write the code from scratch, is basically now to maintain the code and make sure it's working. I mean, and that's really give me more time to focus on other tasks. Now, instead of writing every line by line, and some of the application actually takes like really quite long time to write. With these tools, it's actually become simpler and faster for us, right? And our job will become to be more creative on solving problems. The other thing I actually also use is that the AI power for testing and debugging. And this is really actually very, very important. So sometimes you write the code and you're focusing on the functionality, but with a small an error that happened that you couldn't figure out exactly where is the problem. The logic makes sense, everything fine, but then you find out it's a really small bug that you spend hours, on finding what is exactly the problem. And there is different tools that can help you, just give them the code and it will tell you exactly where is the problem and how you can improve, your code. And this is one example, like Deep Scan, for example. So, for example, here it shows you that there's a problem with the index. The index will be negative. Here this is will show you that it's an identical branches, and there is null pointer. And sorry for the people who's listening and they are not programmers. We will come to you guys in after a few slides. And this is for the tool called Deep Scan, for example. And there is multiple tools. The other one is the AI power code generator. And this is where the AI help you to write the whole code. And this is, I think, most of people use as, for example, ChatGPT. You can ask him to write you, for example, a game in Python language, and it will do that. And let me actually show you that quickly. I think I will be sharing my whole entire screen so that will make it easy to navigate. Okay, so simply here we can ask, ChatGPT to write a game. So write or design or build a game in Python. Sorry. Okay. I think he knows me, this guy. I mean, because I always ask him about in Python, and then he just figured out that okay, I'm asking for build game in Python, and as you can see, he actually built the whole game for you. And this is, I think, guessing the number. So if you are guessing a number between 1 to 100, it will tell you, it will guess a number just randomly, and then it will tell you go low or go high, right? So this is one of the application, that sorry, that we use to generate code, and it's really more complex than that. So, for example, we did ask. For example, you can ask about designing a whole database schema. For example, if you have a software or maybe forecasting system that you need to build, you can use AI, which will really reduce the time that you need to build that application. So the benefit of AI in software, as we see, it's really increasing the productivity. So the software developers doesn't have to write every line of code. He can simply, use the AI to build maybe the core for it, and then he can improve it by adding more features, have the ability, to be more, creative. Also improve the code quality. Actually, sometimes I write the code and then give it to ChatGPT or give it to any AI tool and ask it to improve it, basically. Because sometimes, as I said, we focus on more on that the code is working, but now we need to see how we can improve it, right? Also reducing the development cost, by reducing the time, and also reducing, even when it comes to, instead of having a team of 20 people, you can have 5 people if they are using really good use of the AI tools. And then of course you can personalize it, that really suit every developer. The other aspect that I really believe that it's really important for developers to know is this Docker in action, right? And Docker is one of the really amazing tools that I believe it has a huge impact on the software development. And I actually remember when I built different models, forecasting models, natural language processing models, and so on. One of the biggest problem that we have is that always the deployment part, because you're using different kind of configuration, you use different kind of libraries, and now you want this application to work on different computers and so on. And one of the challenges that every time you move it from to another computer, it means that you have to go manually and configure this computer for this software to work. You have to install the libraries again. You have to configure the system, make sure that everything is working. And the other problem is that it could work on your machine, it could work on your team member machine, but now when you move it to the client or the customers, um, other issues start to appear, where the configuration has a problem. And Docker, basically the way it works is that it pack the whole software. You can think of it like a small virtual machine, where you can have your software installed into that container, and then you can ship it everywhere. So you can configure that container, everything that you need, the libraries, the way the whole software works, and you don't have to install anything on the client machine. All what you need to do is just use Docker as a container and then publish it for them. And this is really saves hours and hours and hours. I actually remember when I built a forecasting system for one of the retails companies, and that model takes me months to build on my machine. And then when I want to deploy it on their server, huge amount of errors that I was getting, like the configuration, the libraries, maybe even the operating system doesn't work. For example, I built it on Linux. They're using different kind of distribution, maybe Windows or Windows Server and so on. And that was really big challenge, and it really cost me a lot of time, that just to move that software from my machine to their server. And this is basically how I knew about Docker, and it really changed my life when it comes to software development. The other aspect, and I think we see it a lot, is the cloud, the collaboration in the cloud. And this is, I think, one of also the most important aspect of software development, which is moving to the cloud. And it's not just about collaboration in the cloud, where you have a team and you can work on the cloud. So Basically, you have one access to your code, and everyone can collaborate into that cloud by adding or removing and so on. And you can see the changes live, on your machine. But it's also when it comes to deployment. Um, One of the issues, right, when it comes to deploying a software is that you don't, some of the application, you don't know exactly the specific that you need. For example, if you're building a machine learning model and that model use data to train, and every time you provide him with data, it gets trained and the features will grow, and which mean in the same time the memory will, you need more memory, you need more storage and so on. And for this application, it's really difficult to know exactly the specification of that server. And this is where the cloud comes in. In the cloud, it's really easy for you to increase, this specification. For example, increasing the RAM, increasing the storage, and it really reduced when it comes to the cost. So instead of building your own server in your business, which will really cost you a lot of money, you can use just the cloud, and you only pay, for the services that you need. And that's really very helpful for companies that they don't know exactly how big is this application will be, and it really makes it easy for you to just extend that. The other aspect of collaboration in the cloud is the project management software, um, and that's really removed the barrier of people have to be in the same office and they have to work together face to face. Now people use project management, so basically you can be in Europe, but the other person can be in India, the other person can be in Middle East, and so on, and they can still work together using project management tools and sharing repo. And one of the amazing tools that I'm using is the GitHub, so where I can write my own code and just merge it with the main code in the repo, and everyone on the team can see it anytime, anywhere, and so on. So and that's really, as you can see, the hardware has improved, the programming languages has improved, now we have the cloud, and now you start to see the low code application where people don't need even to know programming languages, right? And one of the things that I actually remember very well is that when I want to build my own website, profile website, I remember it took me a few weeks or maybe even months to build that website. And currently, there is multiple website provider companies, and basically you can just drag and drop and build your website in minutes, basically. And that's really improve, the people way of building application and so on. Because as you all know that building an application is the kingdom of programmers and developers, isn't it? But now small businesses in new companies that they can now start building application without having experience on programming. And that's currently works for certain application. For example, the web application, you can see now there is so many service provider that you can use, and it's just drag and drop, and in minutes you have your own website. But I think it's still, for some of the application, the complex one, you still need, developers and programmers to do that. And by the way, you can see now the adoption of low code development. It's really quite increasing year on year. As you can see now I think in 2025, which is only in 2 years, the basically the low code will outperform the programming software and development. So that's it for from my side. If there is any questions, I'm Sure.
All right. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Abuobayda Shabat. It was phenomenal. It explained quite in depth, like from the ground up, so people understand. Even if they don't have that much coding experience, they can understand more or less how everything started. So I really love the intro. Currently, we'll give it around 5 to 6 minutes just for questions to come through from Facebook
Sure.
and YouTube. So we'll just wait a bit. In terms of the no code route, you're saying by like within 1 year we should basically have it. It should be escalated by that much.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Roughly in the previous slide, you were saying that within the next year, basically in 2025, we should see a major increase in no code in terms of development. How
Yes.
accurate? So how accurate would the stats be? Because it's right around the corner.
Actually, if I think maybe I need to talk more on this, right? Um, Actually, they said the low code platform market is expected to reach 187 billion by 2030. And they said also in 70% of the new business application will be built using low code by 2025, which is basically in 2 years. You will see that most of the application are with no code, basically application, which is drag and drop, and really it really makes sense. I mean, I don't know if you see just building a website. There is a
Yes,
website
how?
called Wix, right? One
Yeah.
of the examples, right? And it only takes you like a few minutes and you have a full functional website with so many features. For example, you can have the chatbot, you can have the slide, you can have, which is really quite amazing. In a few minutes you have a full functional application. And the other aspect is what we call the large language model, which is the chat gpt. As you can see now, is that only with a few line of text you will be able to build a whole application. So you can say, for example, build me a Twitter application clone or something like that, and then you can have the full code built for you. But again, we still need developers, of course.
Yes, we do.
Machine will never come up with the idea to create the application by itself. We didn't reach that level as yet. Still need someone to guide us, exactly, to say, you know what, build me that, do that, add this feature, right?
Yes,
um, so for the IT students, you don't have to worry.
that is very
But
true. It will
but
save
you
them quite a lot of stress.
Yes, but you still need to be up to date. You need to really read a lot. Um, University will always show you the way that you need to follow, but the whole work is really depend on the student and themselves, to grow and learn more, especially in our field. I mean, every day there is something new, every day, and you need to keep up with that.
Yes, I agree. Another question from my end. What role do you see AI playing in our everyday?
What role of what? Sorry.
Or what role do you see AI playing in our everyday lives?
Oh, actually, it's. I mean, we currently see it. I just jump into, for example, into my car, and it will say for me, okay, you have 15 minutes until you reach your work. How he knows that I'm going to work, and how he knows that it's 15 minutes, right? In the morning, you will see that, okay, you have all the weather informations, how is the road, the traffic, and so on. This is just a simple example, right? I mean, even in the marketing now, people use it for marketing a lot. So now instead of sending, this ad, to everyone, now you can start targeting the people based on their, behaviors. So for example, if they like to that certain product, then they can see this, ad come to them. We saw it also when it comes to our work as software developers, and we did see a few tools that really change our way of writing codes. I mean, I do have that plugin, the GitHub Copilot, and simply I write the comment what I want, and then I find out the whole function is written for me, and just I need to look at it and make sure it's working, because it does make mistakes. It does, and that's why you need to be very careful by just looking and see, if it actually work. It does change our life when it comes, even socially. I mean, people now um, interact on social media more than talking face to face. That's why, because of the AI and the algorithm, how smart it become. People see that there is no need now to face communication, because, well, all these platforms provide what I need and even more. So it does really change our life. And we also seeing it when it comes to industrials and factories. These factories now use AI algorithms, which really, increase their productivity, and even reducing the cost and so on. It's you can think of anything, and you will see that AI is start. I mean, if you look at the healthcare, you'll see AI is there. Factories, anything you can think of, the AI has now some application on it.
Yes, you can see AI used to a certain degree in most things. I agree. We have another question from some Kelo. How does the implementation of low-code platforms impact the efficiency and agility of software development in enterprise settings?
Yes, I think currently, if you look at the low code, I think it's targeting most small businesses, not the enterprise. And that's where the low code is still not reaching that level. And that's a really good question. It will raise, okay, so anyone can do an application, but will they follow, the agile, software? And that's why you will see a lot of issue, even when it comes to as a small application, when like designing or building a website. Since it's a drag and drop, people doesn't understand exactly what is the concept behind it, and then they end up with, okay, a few issues, and then they go and fix it and so on. So it's like a try and test and so on, where the software developers, and as I said, guys, I mean, you are not going anywhere. You are still needed, especially when it comes to the AI application, the data science. It does really need the human mind, right? Um, so I think for the enterprise, it's still the low. I didn't really see it have a huge impact on that area. But as I said, for small businesses, people doing that small application, the low code really doing very well.
Thank you for that answer. Next, we have a question from Manx Jones. Are the new programming paradigms or methodologies emerging as a result of AI influence?
That's absolutely correct. I mean, they are part of it is AI influence. As I mentioned, before the AI, most of our application was hard coded application, right? Where you have to have, because machine really understand instruction, right? So you have to give it a very clear instruction: one, two, three, four, five, and so on. Now, and that was a huge, let's say, bottleneck for most of the application, because you couldn't build a self-driving car with hard coding every steps, because you have a dynamic environment where there is thousands of factors. There's a child walking, what the car will do, So you cannot cover all of these things using hard code, and that's why AI start to influence now the software development process by the concept of the machine learning, and basically the machines start to learn from the data. And now you see that most of the application now, it's it's basically how to provide the data. So our job as a developers become how to format the data in a way the machine can understand it, and then start to build, predictions, classification and so on, based on what exactly you're trying to solve.
Yes, I agree. It makes sense because it isn't intelligent enough as yet to interpret all of that out the assistance
Yeah.
of the software developer. Next up, we have another question. This is from Bandile Gazu. What are the potential risks associated with AI and how can they be mitigated?
Right. So, and that's, I think this is where now you will see it in the media, that everyone talks about the AI ethic, right? And some people says, you know what, and we saw it. I think I really recommend. There is one YouTube videos about the Time Daily that talks about how AI is racist. It's not, but it's really depend on the data that you provide, right? And this is one of the risk. Who's providing the data, and is this data is correct? And it is also depend on the culture part. So, for example, I remember one of the application we built with my students, and is that detecting the skin cancer, right? And we have been looking at all the AI models that has been built before. And one of the issues is that when we tried here in South Africa, it wasn't working because that machine has been trained on certain color of the skin, and that's why it didn't work here. And that raised the question: is that okay? Who's supplying or this data to the AI basically, right? And what is right and what is wrong? And that's why you also see a lot of AI models is become biased AI, because it depends on where it has been trained and what kind of data has been provided. And that's really, I believe, it's a huge risk when it comes to AI.
Thank you for answering that question. We have another one from our Facebook chat from Intomilik Zungu. It is: what challenges and opportunities do these platforms present for both professional developers and business users?
Okay, I think the opportunity, I did mention in the slides multiple opportunities when it comes, for developers, right, where they can use, AI and some of these tools, right, and that's really, and I think one of the things that I didn't speak about is that where to go. I mean, as a developer, where to go from here, right? Does it mean now when we have low code and we have AI, that our job is at risk, or what we need to do? What is the challenges basically? And I do believe that as a student, as a developer students, that you need to look at, up to date, try to look at the information about AI, data science, look at the hot topics basically, read as much as possible when it comes to research papers and so on. Especially in our field, things that change rapidly. Every day there is something new, and you need to keep up with that. And this is, I think, one of the challenge that as an IT developers you have, is that today you're learning Java, for example. The next day there is Python. The next day there is AI. The next day there is low code, and so on. So you need to try to keep up, with your knowledge when it comes to AI.
Thank you for that answer. And for, I believe, our last question from Samkelo. In your professional opinion, what are the considerations and advantages associated with choosing a low-code platform versus traditional programming methods when initiating a new project?
Okay, I think with the low code, it's very limited. For example, if you want your own application, that really some of the feature could not be there or doesn't exist as yet in the low code, and this is one of the limitation of that. Even when it comes to building a mobile application or website, you're always limited when it comes to the low code and drag and drop, because okay, they have these features and you need to use these features, but you don't have that ability, to extend that, right? And you want a certain things, and this is where the traditional programming comes in. In traditional computer, if you have the skills, you're unlimited. You can build anything you want. You can add the feature that you want, and so on. You don't have to wait for the low code to provide you with the all features. And as I said, you basically you limit yourself when it comes to low coding. I don't think it's reaching that level where it can give you any feature that you looking for.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Shabat. That was
Really pleasure.
wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Okay, moving on to our next presenter, we'll have Mr. Rory Preddy, our second keynote speaker. Welcome, Rory. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, yeah, no, super excited. But I am very high energy. I want to warn you now, okay? I do this for a living, and I get paid to actually make and entertain you. So get ready for a incredible, I promise you, this is going to be one of those talks that you look back in your life and go, hey, do you remember those talks that changed me? This is one of those talks. So, Gulam, get ready.
We are definitely looking forward to it, Rory. The stage is yours.
Okay, I do need to share my screen. So if you can just share my screen there. And in there. And there we go. Okay, you're on stage. Yay! Okay, so this is Visual Studio. This is where I live, and I speak to the teams often there. And I want to actually just do a short little, funny little PowerPoint presentation first. And then from that, after that, we're going to do some live demos. And if the live demos go bad, that's half the joy, I guess, though. So it's AI, accessibility, and 1.6 billion people. Because I work in a company that has that many people using Windows. And it's important for me then to actually go, whoa, what have I learned? What am I doing right now? So let me take my trusty Logitech presenter spotlight, which is just absolutely incredible. And then I can do all of that, though. So you can follow me on Twitter. Stop what you're doing right now. Follow me on Twitter. I do a lot of nice stuff on Twitter there. So let's start here. So who am I? This is actually at the University of Bloemfontein. My name is Rory. I've got brown hair. I'm wearing a, what would you call this? A really loud green T-shirt. And this is a voiceover that I do to help people understand that I have achondroplasia, dwarfism. You can see there, I bolt on a lot of the issues, and that's actually a chair there. And there's me getting coffee. Don't worry, I do not touch decaf. Decaf is just pure poison. They should ban it. They should actually, we should toy in the street just to get rid of decaf. But the reason I do this is because I bolt on a lot of my solutions to my everyday life. And I've learned that people do that with technology also. So one of the things I want to show you today is that if you bolt on these type of technologies, you're going to give birth to something called the Hydra. It's a mythical creature. I think it's Greek or Mesopotamian or something kind of culture. And then when you when you break one of their heads there, you see there it's chopping one of their heads there, it grows another one. And doesn't that sound a little bit like software development, that when you fix a bug, another bug is there? And it's the same with accessibility, because accessibility is software. So what we're doing really is when we're talking about this talk about accessibility, we're just talking about how to add a level of quality that really won't be bolt-on. And because we don't want that solution with that software where you actually have right at the end of it that final little bit there, and that's a bug. How are you going to fix that? There's no way you're going to fix that. So accessibility is about coding for everyone at any given time with quality. And how do we do that with AI? We need to know how to do that with AI. Look at this. past the 1 million users. Do you know that since December last year, my life has just been AI, this AI, that. I have about 100 co-pilots running through my laptop. At any given time, I go, who are you? I actually greet them. I go, hello, new AI. What is your name and what do you do? And they go, hello, Rory, I'm a blah, blah, blah. But AI isn't here to enslave us. It's not here to take your jobs. Listen, if your job actually is going to be taken AI, say good, because it probably meant that you didn't like the job either, but it was probably something mundane like packing boxes. So it's not going to make you dumb. I've increased my IQ level 100 points since AI, though. But it does amplify news and hate speech. That's why responsible AI is important. I want to show you today how to get rid of the hard drive so we can unlock new human potential and also useful applications, though. And then, once you do that, you'll see that accessibility can actually lead to higher revenue, because you look at that. Look how much money there is with generative AI. And we know this. We've done studies. We've got like so many research studies, and we really say that if you're going to build something and it's not connected to AI or it hasn't been built with AI, in no more than 3 years' time, anything that is not connected to AI will be considered broken or invisible. Now, I don't want you to create software where you make the people feel broken or invisible by giving birth to that hard drive. Because if you create software that isn't accessible, you're going to make them feel like that. So how do we do that, though? So first of all, we need to understand that technology is getting harder. Look at this. You know what this is? This little slide, that is the complexity of software websites. This is by WebAIM. 1 million websites they scan. Look at that. The complexity of websites as it progresses over year on year. And they say in 2003, 96% of all websites are not accessible. They've got accessibility issues. And as we progress through here, this is people trying to fix them. Look at that. No one's fixing the accessibility issues. The hard drive is still living. How are we going to make people not feel stupid or disconnected if we're not doing that much? And then I actually went to the Windows team and the other teams. I said, stop what you're doing right now. We need AI right now to help us. Because there's only 5 real accessibility issues out of those websites here. This is the common CAG failures, which is Web Center for Accessibility Guidelines. Low contrast text, you do the wrong colors, missing alternative text, empty links, missing form labels, and then 1 or 2 more though. That's it. That's everything. But that means it's easy to do because we have a mission at Microsoft and we know it's easy. We employ staff here that have, like myself, that have skin in the game to be accessible. We have resources and training. You go online. There's so much resources. You can go to microsoft.com/accessibility. Then we also have stakeholders. I spoke recently at the United Nations, the World Health Organization. We have the UN as a stakeholder. We also manage it like a business. When you partner with Microsoft, you actually get our accessibility guidelines and also our staff, and they help you with that. We have an accessibility help desk. But finally, we have technology solutions, the point of this session here. And what that means is that we can go in and fix these problems. But what problems? How do we actually do that? So this is the design. So when you design, you've got accessibility rules. When you develop, you've got accessibility support and authoring. Detect and report accessibility violations and test and report. And then you need the recommended fixes and then the fix merge pre-auth. So I went to the teams there and I said, we have all of these things here: design, develop, test and report. We don't have analyze and recommend, and we don't have remediate and automate, because these things are actually manual, time-consuming processes that we have teams, companies that do that though. So how do we fix that though? How do we fix that? How do we do those two? Now I'm going to show you here. Now you're going to tell me what the plan is, Rory, to save the world. Now what the plan, oh no, not this one. This is a bad bot. But we started with a bad bot, Ali, Tay, and then this bot taught us a few lessons around it, and we said, okay, cool. If we're going to fix the world's problems, we need to mitigate layers here. We need to have positioning, application, safety system, and model. And we learned from that, and we created ChatGPT. ChatGPT was learned on Azure. And I went recently and I said, hey, ChatGPT, can you help me out here? Explain in 5 bullet points or 5 words or less how ChatGPT can test accessible apps. And it says there, and these are the top 5, it's user interactions, accessibility issues, automate repetitive tasks, code compliance, generate test report. Yes, that one, that will slay the Hydra. So how do we do this though? You need to see it as like an intern. When you use ChatGPT or GPT or generative AI, you need to see it as an intern. And I did that, and I said, okay, cool, I need to build a little buddy here. So you can go to Ellie AI. And what this does, though, it takes all of the tools that we did there before, the testing tools, and then right at the end it says, okay, Ellie, accessibility on WCAG with ChatGPT. Go fix those issues. So what it does, it scans your HTML files. It uses Playwright to actually scan a browser so you can actually see what that is, though. So real life. Then goes in and uses the X tools, which was the legacy tool sets that we used to go in and test accessibility insights. It then creates a report, chucks it to Azure OpenAI, gets the suggestions, updates the HTML file for you. Yeah, that just happened. But it can do, it's just like you do GitHub Copilot. Go there, aka.ms, star it, Ellie-AI. So this does all of that, and it also runs in GitHub Actions, and you can just run it there, though. So that's all the slides I wanted to show you, but you can see excitingly what we actually did there is that we said, okay, cool, we have some analog systems that we want to fix. How do we do that? We live in a digital world, but we have a quantum future. So legacy, current, and future. And I'm going to show you that now in the demo. So that's all the slides I want to show you today. Let's go into here. So the first thing we want to do, and now watch, hold on to your horses, because this is going to blow your mind. I want to go into here, but I don't want to create a new project. I actually want to go in here. I want to go into chat, and then I've got a little script here. Now watch this. When I first saw this, I thought to myself, I'm literally living in the future. So I want to go workspace, but I want to create an entire workspace from scratch with GitHub Copilot. So this is using AI to help it. So I'm going to go, hey, here we go, workspace, create an HTML project. Create the whole project with a single HTML file with WCAG issues, with accessibility issues. I've done this talk where I've generated a React site, just like this, or a Java, or a PHP and anything. This does everything with GitHub Copilot Chat. The file should have low contrast text, missing alt text for images, missing landmarks, improper use of headings, and missing ARIA attributes. The file should be intentionally created to demonstrate common WCAG issues that can be present in HTML file. If you don't add that, it actually comes back to says, I'm not going to create rubbish. So you want to actually just tell it, listen, it's for demonstration purposes. So we're going to go through here, and we're going to say, go create it. And it's going to go using the workspace. Here's a directory structure. But did you know that you can do this with GitHub Copilot in any project? I've done it. Please go create a to-do app with me for React. And these are the sites and everything you can do that. This is ChatGPT. It uses GPT-4. So I've got my site. I can actually go into it, and I can test it out here. I can go, okay, cool. I just want to go see exactly what it is, though. So, and this uses GPT-4 on the Azure, the cloud, to go and generate all your files. There is time, it is timed, so if you say to it, please go create me the entire Wikipedia and everything, it's going to say, no, it's too long. But here's my site, and here's all of my things here. So I can go, whoa, create workspace here. So I'm going to go create a workspace here in my dev folder here, and then we can just actually go in, and I want to go create a new folder here, new folder called there, and I'm going to call it DUT for this wonderful university that I'm talking to. Select parent folder, and now it's going to go create it, though. So we wouldn't really do this in everyday life, but I'm going to show you. We've got Hydra, we've got the apps there. How do we fix this? How do we go in and use analog tooling in a digital world with a quantum future? So this is kind of like the quantum future here, but I'm going to show you now the analog tooling. So here's my index.html here. Here's my website here. I want to go in here, reveal in File Explorer. I want to go and open it up here because I want to show you the analog tooling here. So here's the tools here. You can see, oh, look at that low contrast text that we got. Let me just move that out there, and there you got it. There's the low contrast text that we have here. Okay, so now you've got this low contrast text. Now, I can use Accessibility Insight, which was our previous tools here, and we can go, hey, fast pass. Oh, look at that, color contrast, Haslang, image alt. But no, we asked it for 4 or 5 things. There's more issues here. This can't pick those issues up because it's not AI. But look at that. I can actually go into color contrast, and it will tell me how to fix it here. I can even file the issues into GitHub. I can copy the failure detail. I can even go to tab stops, and I can test Visual Helper here. And I can tab stop through here also. And I can tab stop through there. So there's a lot of nice tools that you can get here. You can also do a full assessment here. But we wanted fix, Rory. You said that I can fix this. How do I fix this? So if I go into here, remember this was generated by GitHub Copilot. So GitHub Copilot should be able to fix it, though. So if we go into here and we go chat, I can say, hey, fix the problems in my code. And it'll go there, and it will use the whole workspace there. So if you're doing React or anything, to show the issues you want, you can go in and you can just go fix them. And it's going to tell you how to fix that code. And this is a quantum future, but I've also got the ability to use Xlinter here. You can see there, and I can use Xlinter, which was a previous tool there, to go in and kind of fix those issues. Rory, you're still not selling this to me. I'm still manually doing stuff here. You said analog past in the digital present with a quantum future. Show me how to fix this out of the box, though. So I'm going to go into terminal and new terminal here. And I'm going to close GitHub Copilot. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. Now I'm going to say to them, hey, Ellie, which is that tool that we did, Ellie AI, fix index. Okay, we have, we want to go Ellie AI, fix index. What that's going to do is going to bring up Playwright, like we did in the testing. It's going to find all the accessibility issues with X. Now, I built this myself, along with the team at Microsoft, the advocates. And then it's going to go say, okay, each line by line, go fix it. Oh, look, it even found something that it didn't have, added ARIA attributes there. And it's going through the improper use of headings, added alt text for the images, description of the images there, and it's going all through that. Yes, please, apply changes. Quantum future. Look at that. Now I'm going to go into index.html. And now I'm going to go in and run it again. I don't have any issues. I just slayed the hard drive, just like that. And you can do this also. Now we have 1.6 million people and websites that we're running this bot on endlessly, and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of applications to go through that, though. So I'm going to challenge you today. If this was so easy for me to do with GitHub Copilot Chat and to go through it and create this, I even got it to actually create the issues. It's so much easier than for you to do this also. All you have to go in there is GitHub Copilot, and you have to just say to it, hey, go help me, talk to it, understand what accessibility is and how to actually resolve it. So it's a bit of a whirlwind tour, and I know that we're early on time though, but with the conference organizers, you always give them more time so they can actually go and adjust it. So let's go back into our slide deck there. Let's minimize all of that. There we go. The slide deck here. And from the current slides, you should see my slides here. And here. So yeah, analog beings living in a digital world facing a quantum future. We have the tools. We know how to code. And we understand that we can test that. But the digital world, you can use Xlinter, and you can use Accessibility Insights, and you can go in it to solve it. But the quantum future, I can create my websites for me, my applications. I can create my issues. I can learn about accessibility through GitHub Copilot Chat. I can go into all of those sites. And it's marvelous to work at this time in IT. So in no more than 3 years, anything that is not connected to AI will be considered broken or invisible. Don't make these people feel broken and invisible. go and run those checks on accessibility. Use GitHub Copilot Chat, use Azure OpenAI and OpenAI to actually get that though. And yeah, go get the badge. Go to aka.ms/accessibility fundamentals. The basic accessibility learning port. I wrote some of it also, which is great. Follow me on Twitter on @Rory Preddy. Play around with GitHub Copilot Chat. Chuck it in there. And that new create workspace feature there, create your React app, create your Java, .NET, everything with that. And you'll see there that the time that we were running to Stack Overflow's over, we have that intern that really is here to help us. And that's everything. I'm going to take some questions now. Yeah.
Hey Rory, that was a phenomenal presentation. I really
I
loved
did tell you it's going to be high energy, hey?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
and-
Well, I don't think our viewers were expecting that, but I'm sure they enjoyed it. It was lovely. I really loved the integration between the Alibot and GitHub Copilot. That's actually like so useful. It's going to save so much of time for a lot of users.
I get them to fight each other. Hey, I go,
Wow.
cool, create those issues, and then we test it. So when we tested the bot, we actually got Copilot to create issues, and then we went back and tested because you can do that now. You can actually say do the wrong thing, tell it that you can do that, and then go fix the right thing. And then what you do then is that you harden, you create your apps and your websites more resilient because you've got GitHub Copilot to actually help you test your website.
A very smart way of doing things. Hopefully everyone can learn from you. Currently, we'll give everyone a couple of minutes as the stream will be a bit delayed on YouTube and Facebook, obviously, and we'll just wait for the couple of questions to come through now.
Gulam, do you have any questions?
This is what I'm thinking of at the moment. I want to ask, how long have you been working on the Alibot?
On and off, we started investigating into accessibility with AI in 2019. I joined Microsoft in 2019. Immediately, I came in and said, cool, you've got access to the best data scientists in the entire world. They have the ability to go in and fix all of the issues there, though. So Alibot has really come about since Azure OpenAI. So we use Azure OpenAI in the background there, and that really came about since December last year. So we started a prototype, and in the middle of the year, we actually released the prototype. You can go in there. It actually uses my Azure account, so don't overspend on it also, though. But all the code is there also. But it's progressing so quickly, like literally overnight. What we thought we could do now has changed. We've got prompt flow. So prompt flow, I don't know if you've seen that, though, is a new tool that we just announced that allows you to actually go in and say, hey, if you get this accessibility issue, go and do this, go and do that. And it's all linked to Visual Studio Code. So you've got this nice editor IDE, though. So now we're taking a step back and going, instead of going from Playwright to Azure OpenAI, we should have multiple intermediate steps, though. So we're chasing, hey, whoa. We're just chasing this whole AI thing. So when you think like, oh, no, I can't keep up with like what's going on, trust me, we have it even worse, though. Every day I go, okay, what did you release now, Microsoft? Okay, a new generative AI model that can do, oh my God, quickly stop everything you're doing and go with it. So yeah. It's been a ride.
You've been going all over the show.
Yeah.
Currently, we do have a question from this is from our side. What are the benefits of using GitHub Copilot?
Loneliness. I would say that the loneliness and joy. There's two things that no, but COVID also made us work from home, and a lot of developers were lonely. So as a result,
This is true.
we're not talking about accessing, a friend or anything. We're just talking about having that buddy next to you to say, hey, I've got this issue. Come here and just help me with that issue. That mentorship, that ability to vocalize your issues. Like you saw there that I did that. It can help me generate, issues that I can present on. So the biggest takeaway that I've had with GitHub Copilot is that I'm a team now. I'm not an individual. I've got access to another person there that if I feel lonely or I need some help with that, I can just go in and get it. And I don't know how I coded before. It was painful. I can tell you that coding before generative AI was And I've been a coder now for a developer for 24 years. It was painful.
But yeah, at least now you have a solid body to always rely on. So
I have 100 of these buddies. And sometimes I get them to actually talk to each other. I go, say hi to this one, say hi to that one. And then they go, Rory, do you need something else to do with your life? They come back to me. Maybe you should go and do a hobby.
oh, AI is pretty fun. We can see. We have another question from Akona Zulu. What ethical consideration should be taken into account when deploying AI for accessibility issues?
So what we have, when you have Azure OpenAI in the background, we have the ability to go in and structure your AI according to responsible AI principles, which is specific wording, which is specific type of terminology. So you've got responsible AI, and you can tune that according to what you want. You can also tune that according to what you want your accessibility guidelines to be. Remember, WCAG is huge. WCAG 2.1 AA compliance. You can go all the way to a double A compliance. So you actually go in there, you create your bot, and you say you are a bot that handles only WCAG 2.1 compliance. You don't have to worry about ARIA or anything like that. And that's exactly what we did. We tuned the bot to get it to the perfect level of being not too pedantic, but also being productive. And as a result, we kind of learned some valuable lessons scanning tens of thousands of websites over this in this regard to actually say, okay, cool, tell it what you wanted it to do with accessibility. Don't go too high, don't go too low, because else then what you're doing, you're going to over-engineer or under-engineer that. You're going to, I like to use this metaphor, you're going to overcook chicken and undercook fish. Or undercooked chicken or undercooked fish, or whatever it is, though, you're still going to not make a good meal out of this, though. So you want to go in there and you want to say, okay, cool, flex it a little bit, but learn more than anything. Go do the accessibility fundamentals. First start on your process learning, so you understand, hey, wait a second, not everything has to be when I code. Some things I can just leave out.
Thank you for answering the question. Our next one is from Samkelo. In what ways can integration of artificial intelligence and AI chatbots enhance customer engagement and satisfaction in industries such as customer service and support?
So I did a talk in front of 1,000 developers at the Microsoft Johannesburg office. And one of the other speakers that I had that spoke after me was speaking on service and service bots in the health industry. So you would dial up in there, or you would have insurance or healthcare, and that it would go in and scan your entire portfolio and just say, here's a recommended response. This is a claim, or this is an action, or anything like that. The person would, and you would get the person's vocalization into a transcription online immediately, and it would say, this person asked that there, and here's all the information. Go scan the documentation, the database, and everything. Here's the response you want to it. If you want to go manually intervene it there, and done. And it blew my mind away, because we created such value for our customers by being able to actually give them the most incredible user experience. Imagine phoning up, no waiting, no nothing. You tell it what the issue is, though. It goes and solves the issues and gives you a response immediately.
That is absolutely perfect. All the customer support, everyone will be buying that though.
And it's a, remember, co-pilot. It helps the customer support team. Mm-hmm. So they can intervene if they wanted to be there. And their life should be only about being creative and extending themselves in the best path, not answering mundane questions and looking in a database for that, though. That's not what this quantum future is going to give them.
I know, because I deal with that on a daily basis, going through mundane queries. It's a waste of time in that sense. You could be more productive looking into harder things and looking to improve the overall system.
Yeah, you could be playing Fortnite or Minecraft. I mean, doing something productive with your time.
Something productive. Yes. We have another question. Are there any AI-based tools that assist in ensuring compliance with accessibility standards? Example, WCAG.
Yeah, no, definitely go to the accessibility fundamentals, and also go to accessibility insights. So it's accessibility-insights.io, and in that is the full WCAG. You can do a full compliance checklist there, though. So accessibility insights, let me get you that. Accessibility insights, and it also tests Windows apps, which is important because it's not only, you don't only want to test web, because the web developers are great and everything, but you also want to test Windows app. And there are some Android tools also. Is there a chat window that I can put? I don't even know where. Okay, there's a chat window there, private chat. I'll pop it in the private chat there. Group, let's go there. Accessibilityinsights.io. So yeah, definitely. From an analog digital point of view, tons of tools. But we're here to slay the Hydra, and we can only do that with AI.
Designed to function effectively in environments with limited or no internet connectivity, ensuring access for users in areas with unreliable or restricted internet access.
There's 1,000 of those little bots that you can run offline, like 1,000 of them. Like Llama also, all of these apps though that you can do, you can run containers and everything like that. Tons of stuff. We understand that completely, but at the same time, we want to make good buck off this. There's a lot of generative AI money to be made from this, and we want to give you those nice big GPUs. Those A10G NVIDIA GPUs you can run online, because you cannot run this on your laptop if you want to run AI models very well. It's going to take you forever. You're going to burn through your GPU, though. So you definitely want to use the right tool for the job. In some small models, you can run it locally in your laptop. In the bigger models, you can run on the cloud, though. So I would say the answer to that really is, what do you want to do, and what model do you need? Your audio's off.
Thank you, Rory. I know from my personal experience, I've used my 1060 to run mostly AI generative art. I have done a few queries as well, like just messing around to see how it works. So yeah, definitely a good GPU is in demand.
The GPT-4 models that you see there are on 10G. So GitHub Copilot runs on 10Gs, which is NVIDIA, and we have more than anyone in the whole world around it. So, and you don't really pay for it. When I did the math around it, I said, okay, how much I'm going to pay for it, and then you run it on everything. You don't, unless you're going to do like, what is that, Bored Ape kind of like, NFTs on the billions. You don't pay for this. This
exactly.
is what you don't understand. None of this is, and the one thing that you do pay for is you need a subscription for GitHub Copilot Chat, or GitHub Copilot. But did you know that 95% of all GitHub Copilot Chat subscriptions are done on their own personal credit card? So people are going behind their back of their organization and buying it up, though, which is sad, because we have GitHub Copilot Enterprise. So you want to be able to give developers that, though, and you want that nice GPT-4 experience on an A10G NVIDIA GPU.
Yeah, because it just benefit more people if they have access to it. Like, instead of having to waste money for something like that, it's quite nice to be given.
Yeah, and it's fun. I mean, like
Yeah.
you have like some really big boys there to create a nice DALL-E image for a PowerPoint presentation. You don't want the fingers missing, okay? You want all 5 fingers.
You want everything to be perfect, yes.
Yeah.
Our next question, last Mr. Preddy, how can business or developers effectively implement AI-driven strategies to improve website accessibility without compromising user experience?
User-centered design. So if you go into the accessibility insights, one of the things that we teach is user-centered design. So you take a persona, you start your design process. Remember on those 5 steps that I had there, let's go back into those steps though. If you can share my screen here. So accessibility. Oh, okay. No, you need to share my screen, not
yes.
not a beautiful Gulam and yeah. There we go. So you've got accessibility rules, you've got accessibility support, and everything that. But what you want to do when you design, you want to go into. So let's open that up here. User-centered design, Microsoft. I'm using Edge browser here, and let's go in and give you let's go user-centered design. Okay, I don't have it off here though, but if you go into inclusive design, sorry, that's what it's called. It is a Monday morning here. So you can actually go to inclusive design. So the URL there is inclusive design. So it's inclusive.microsoft.design. And what that does for you, let's go back into there. Haven't closed the browser just yet. There we go. I'm going to pop it into the chat there. Inclusive.microsoft.design. And then what that does, let's go show you what that does here. That gives you everything here, Microsoft Design, Inclusive Design here, and it'll showcase all the principles, get the tools and activities in action here, and that takes a recognize exclusion, learn from diversity, solve for one, extend to many. This is user-centered design and around that, and you can go through all of that at inclusive.microsoft.design.
Thank you for sharing that link. And following our last question currently from Samkelo, can you elaborate on the learning curve associated with GitHub Copilot, Alibot, and ChatGPT, and how quickly developers can become proficient in utilizing these tools effectively?
Remember when you were 3, Gulam, and you were curious about things, and nothing would stop you, and you learned so quickly. So be curious. Be curious about your accessibility journey. Be curious about what you do know and what you don't know, and ask the bot, and actually say to the bot, I'm curious about this. Can you help me understand it, though? And nothing can derail curiosity in the human condition, because curiosity also drives mastery. And the only way that you can become a master in a topic is to hard work. So you put in a lot of work, and then be curious around that, though. So my experience around that is I adopted curiosity, but I spent time with it, though. I spent maybe 10,000 hours learning accessibility and how to actually promote it. I've spoken all around the world around it. And one thing that I do always come back to is my curiosity, because it enables me to rekindle that childhood wonder that I can in creating applications to empower everyone in this world.
Thank you for that wonderful motivation. I hope that answers your question, Samkelo. I think we will wait a bit more just to see if any other questions come through. Okay, currently, we do have a change of format for the break, as Mr. Alan Pete may be coming on. We'll be having a longer break from to 11:15.
Yeah, I did that. Okay, if anyone asks, I did that because I was quick.
But honestly, it was a phenomenal presentation, and having this interactive session between you and the users is so much better. It's more informative and, more friendly and more engaging.
Oh, yeah, it's a Monday morning, eh? Get those questions out. Eh? Harder the better.
Yeah, we had quite a lot of questions just pushing out.
So the one question is, what are the security risks of GitHub Copilot? Nothing.
Yes.
Absolutely nothing. I've sat in so many sessions about responsible AI, about data access, about data security, end-to-end encryption. You made my life hard by actually making sure there's no security risks in any of that, though. Because it's end-to-end encryption all the way through there, around that, though. So there's no security risk. But you saw there when I did at workspace, it scans your workspace, your local workspace, and tells you everything about it, about your local files, though. But it encrypts it all the way through. So unless you can break encryption, you're totally safe. But don't ask questions like that. You make my life hard. Okay, whoever asked that questions there. Okay, it's super secure. No more security.
We can see you're a bit tired of that there. I believe that came from our side, so... Okay, we won't bother with any more of those type of questions. Right. Thank you for joining us today, Rory. It was a lovely presentation, and we hope you stick around throughout the day. Maybe see you in the stream. And
thank you for hosting me, DUT. And I look forward to seeing you on Twitter at Rory Preddy. Follow me on there, on LinkedIn and everything. I was voted #1 in the world. Thank you, and have a great day, and have a great week.
Thank you. You as well.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye. All right. There has been a slight change in the agenda, and we'll be having our next speaker come on, which will be Mr. Alan P. All right. Uh, Alan, can you hear us? Mr. P? Oh,
Hi.
hi.
Yes. I thought we were having a longer break. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Yeah. We apologize for not clarifying on our end, but we'll be having your session, then the break.
Okay, is it? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And you can hear the audio is good, video
Yes,
is
the
good.
audio is perfect. We can hear
Yeah.
you.
You will notice my virtual background didn't quite work. So you will see a glow here on this side where my hand is. That's a smart AI powered plant water system. So it's keeping my plants alive. So we've
I
got some
see.
AI glow behind me here as well.
It adds to the aesthetic. It looks quite nice.
Thank you. Right, so let me just share my screen. Okay, hope you can see that. Okay, right, yes, thank you for having me. This session is going to be about using everything that was mentioned this morning in AI and using things like ChatGPT and actually using it in a private environment within Azure and OpenAI. Thank you, organizers, for putting me straight after Rory. I had to have a Red Bull because I'm really tired after that session. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's get started. Right, so who am I? My name's Alan Pete, for those that don't know me. I run a dev company that builds applications on the Microsoft stack. And my category is Internet of Things and, of course, developer technologies as well. So anyone's feel free to ping me and ask me any sort of questions and stuff about this tech, because that's what I do, answer these type of questions. And then my second day job is actually lecturing students at the University of the Western Cape, where we take students from no skills to being employable with .NET and C Sharp. Right. So let's move on to the content. Right. So we have this thing called Azure OpenAI, which is the focus of today's talk. But there's a quite nicely into this under the section cognitive services. So looking at OpenAI service, it's got all those good things that we've come to learn and enjoy. So I'm sure most of this audience uses ChatGPT, hopefully for good. And it supports things like ChatGPT 3, ChatGPT 4, DALI for image generation, codex models, and things like that. It allows you to deploy your own data, your own models, and of course, it supports OpenAI plugins as well. Okay, so the basic premise of these large language models that we work with is it's a context of natural language, so you can speak in natural language to it. It applies, of course, artificial intelligence, and then the outputs of this communication is what's known as a completion. So a completion is a response to an input that you give to the models, and these can be used for text generation, translations, summarizations of text, code generation. You saw a really nice demo there of GitHub Copilot. That is an example of code generation, and of course, question answering, we can create content as well with these completions. Right. So there was questions about security and what that leads into privacy as well. If you run Azure OpenAI services, basically on Azure, it's purely your data, your models. No one has access to it. No one's learning from it. Microsoft is not learning from it. OpenAI themselves are not learning from it. So if you want to have your own private solutions of a intelligent chat interface, or using the chat functionalities or the AI functionalities of OpenAI, I seriously suggest you use the OpenAI service, because if you use the public service, these statements aren't true. Right. So when we look at this Azure OpenAI, what we're able to do is deploy models into it. So here we've got a deployment of ChatGPT 3.5. We've also got ChatGPT 4. So this allows you to deploy models of your own choice and your own creation into the environment. It gives you the ability to choose which models that you want to deploy as models or embeddings, or whichever you need to have running within your environment. Okay, so let's have a very, very quick demo and have a look at what this Azure Open AI Studio entails. Here we see we've got these models that we have. The chat or the OpenAI Studio gives you a nice playground where you can interact with your models. So what we're seeing here is speaking to the model, getting a response. So here we can test it, right? And something to always note, always be polite to your AI, because you never know. So here we're asking it how it is. So notice it's giving you nice text-based responses and things. Okay, so what I was also mentioning before is you can use this these OpenAI models, these ChatGPT models, for generation of data as well. Here we're asking it, yes, create us some fictitious movie titles, and we can do some formatting as well. So here we're asking it, well, give it to us in JSON as well. So what is really nice is you have a assistant here that's there to do your bidding, and in this case, we're generating some nice JSON outputs and things like that as well. Right. So something else that's really, really powerful within these models is the ability to give it a context and a behavior, right? So behavior could be a personality, it could be how it reacts to messages. So what we're seeing here is what's known as a system message, and we've chosen here to be that let's act like a Shakespearean assistant. And notice that the text here is saying you are a Shakespearean writing assistant, um, and you give responses in a Shakespearean style. And what you also see here is you can give some examples of what responses would be, like Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? So you can train these models by giving them system messages to say, well, how must I respond to communications? Right. So notice here we said hello, and it's like now greeting us in Shakespearean form. So it's following that nice behavior that we've trained it as well. So think of this in context of real world applications. You would want to constrain your bot into the domain that you have as well. Here we're being also friendly, asking what the weather is, and in a very Shakespearean way, it tells us to go look outside, right? This model does not know what our weather is, but it's giving us a indication to go look out the window. Right. So these are really powerful when you've got the ability to give personality. You also give a way to ground the model into responses that you would want. Right. So what we have here is also, it's really, really nice for developers as well, that you could also say, well, we've set up this context. We can export just the starter code for when we use our C# projects. So what you see here is the code in C#, and we've got it connecting to our Azure OpenAI services, and it'll use a model by a name, and it'll use an API key as well. So it's also this playground is really nice, that gets you going really fast, and it can also store the context that you have, that you just copy paste this, starts in your Visual Studio environment, and off you go. So this leads into the questions that was presented to Rory earlier as well. How easy is this to get started? It's really, really easy. Right. Of course, you might have some dangerous content that you want to be maybe not considering for your application as well. So if there's anything to do with hate speech and violence, you can put levels of filtering out. So it's got content filters too. That works for input and output, right? So you can filter out some user giving it some input that is in violation of your policies, perhaps, but you can also prevent this model from giving responses that violates policies too. That's probably worse, right? So you don't want this bot to be hateful in any sort of way, and you've got all the controls and mechanisms to prevent that. Right, so if we're looking at how we're going to build our applications, we've got SDK support for C#, Go, Java, JavaScript, Python, PowerShell, and REST. But we're here to see the OpenAI SDK in .NET because we all love .NET, right? Hopefully everyone here is a .NET developer. So you can get this OpenAI client from NuGet, so the package manager for .NET. You can easily integrate that into your project. And to use this OpenAI client, it's really, really simple. We can basically make an instance of a new OpenAI client and connect it to our deployed OpenAI service endpoint. This will work for public endpoint as well, and of course Azure as well. You also infer from that the SDK and APIs to the public and the Azure one is precisely the same, right? So you could use this client to go public or to the Azure environment, and it also allows you to connect and interact with the rest of the Azure SDK ecosystem as well. Right, so we mentioned in the beginning that the results that comes back from an input from either a user or your system-driven messages is a completion. Those completions comes back in what's known as choices. Those choices is basically a list of responses that come back from your model. You can also see what's been filtered out, so that's the prompt filter results. And something that's really important probably to keep as metrics for your application as well is the usage. And normally in business, time is money, but in the case of these OpenAI models, the tokens are money, right? So that's something to keep maybe a track of is how many tokens and stuff you're using from inputs and outputs. Right. So with this OpenAI client, we can either get our returns in basically a request and response mode, or we can get it as streamed. So when I mentioned streamed, it could be a continuous stream of completions coming back from the client, and as they're ready, it gets pushed to the client as well, which can be really powerful in certain use cases. Right. So to do these streaming completions, we have the code there. Thank you for removing my face from the code. We've got here, we can set up a chat completion streaming async, and we can speak to a model. And what we can then do is for each through the stream of information that's coming back, that we can get a continuous stream of completions coming in as well. Right. So now we have the ability to speak to this model of ours, but we've also got knobs and levers that we can pull as well. So things like temperature and frequency penalties and things like that. So in these models, you have complete control over how consistent the answers are that comes back as a completion. So sometimes in a solution, you want to have consistently structured responses. So in other words, the same input gives the same output. Sometimes you want your models to be more human-like, right? So maybe more creative, maybe different responses to the same input. So if you speak to a human, right, you might get the same answer for the same question, but it's worded in different ways, right? So it's not like a robot that will give you the same response every time. A human will give you the hopefully the same answer, but in different words and different order of thoughts and things like that. So these give you the ability to play with those levers and get the response that your application requires. Right. So we had a look at turning our playground into a Shakespearean chatbot, but you can do that from code as well. So the system message is always included at the beginning of your request to your ChatGPT model, and it basically primes the context. It also describes things like personality. You can also use it to specify format. So you could say, everything that comes out of this model must be in JSON format, or everything that comes out of this model is in XML or something like that. So you can specify formats as well. In this example here, we basically saying, let's set up the system to return the sentiment of the text in one word, and the options here are bad, okay, and great. So you can also then guide it to an answer as well with these system messages too. We will see how this all works in a demo shortly. Right. We can also have, as we had a system message, we can then push a user message as well. So this is as if the user was typing as well. So you can also have the model speak to itself in code. Right. The important part is when we give an input, we get a response, and that's a list of completions that we can access. Should be one, could be many. Right. So let's have a quick demo of this OpenAI, and let's open our Visual Studio, our favorite tool. So what we have here is just a little ASP.NET application. It's open on the wrong screen. Apologies for that. Let me bring it back. Hope you can see this. So what we have here, and this is maybe related to some of the questions that were asked earlier, is like, what type of use cases and stuff could you use, right? So think of this little example. It's a very simple example just to get the point across, but this is a restaurant review system, right? So what's happening here is there's people attending restaurants. So we've got the names of the people that's attending, and then they're giving a text-based like review of the restaurant, right? So also notice that in this text is very verbose, right? So they've given a lot of information and things there as well. So it's a lot of text to read. So maybe think about like call center type environments as well. You've got a lot of information that's coming through. How do we optimize that and then simplify it for the operator, right? In this case, it's maybe a restaurant that needs to respond to these type of reviews and things like that. They don't generally, if in systems, you don't generally want to have your users spending an obscene amount of time looking at this text and then going through trying to work out what they're trying to say and things like that. So what we could maybe do is we could maybe process this text and then say, well, let's give a quick sentiment of what's happening here. Is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a meh thing or okay thing? So we can maybe categorize it, right? So that would also maybe help the user or the call center operator to then say, well, which ones should we react to first, right? The good ones is great to know, right? But the bad ones is what we want to address very quickly as well. And then also what we have here is a lot of text, right? Maybe a good summary of it is appropriate too, right? So a lot of text. People might give you their life story and stuff, not important to your restaurant review. So what we have here is a summary as well. I've got a button here that's going to do some OpenAI magic. So it's going to process this text, give us a sentiment, and give us a summary. This could be, I've just got it as a demo as a button, but it could be in response to some sort of message queue, a service bus. It might be real time as the text is coming in. You can process this in any way that you like, right? So what I'm going to do is press on the OpenAI magic button. It's going to process a little bit of time. So let me go back to Visual Studio and just give you an idea of what's happening here, right? For summarization, we've got just this little class that summarizes. It's going to use the OpenAI client. It's now going to speak to our OpenAI service. It's going to use this model, This is the model that I showed previously that was deployed, and it's going to give it a system message, right? So it's going to say, return a highlight summary of the text provided in one sentence. So now think about the actual person that's reviewing your restaurant, right? It would be great to tell them, give me one sentence and tell me what happened, but that's never going to happen, right? AI is very cool because you can tell it, well, do what I tell you. And in this case, I'm getting one sentence out. So all we're doing here is we're getting a completion and returning it out. And then we're storing it in a database, which is in this context irrelevant. Okay, for sentiment, exactly the same pattern that's happening here. We're speaking to our same ChatGPT model. However, our system message here basically says, return the sentiment of the text in only one word. So think about sentiment, right? It could be positive, negative, could be neutral. In this case, in this example, I just went, well, let's give an example of giving it our own terms, right? So these models are really intelligent. It'll be able to instinctively match bad to negative review and great to positive review and things like that. So really, really powerful stuff. Okay, right. So it's come back. Shoo, demo worked. Right, I've got a T-shirt that says this works on my machine. So just in case. Right, so what we've seen here is we've added, and this is my lame joke for the day, added some color to the data. We've got red, orange, and green. And notice how cool this is now, right? So we've got the person that reviewed it. We've now ordered by sentiment, right? So now the bad things are more important to the call center operator. The good things are less important. Now this text has also been summarized into one sentence, right? So we see it's bad and this is why, right? Disappointing due to decline in food quality and things like that. It was undercooked and things. So notice that lots of verbose text, we can then quickly give that like the highlights of what the problem and things were. So this is really, really powerful stuff. Very simple demo on that, right? Okay. So what we saw there is we could then give the system messages and then get exactly the response that we want from the model. Notice that I didn't write a lot of code. Doing this type of thing in general C# is really hard, right? And in this case, it was really, really simple using the power of AI. And then for summarization, we just said, well, let's return only a highlight summary of the text provided in one sentence. Okay, so to use these services, there's just one catch. You need to have, of course, a Azure subscription. And the actual catch is you need to apply for access to these services. This is just purely for responsible AI, that there's tracking involved, that we know, or Microsoft knows that who's using these services, and they're maintaining that they're used for good. So you basically state a little use case for your solution, and then you'll get access to it, and they'll add it to a subscription. So you need a subscription to start with, and you provide the subscription ID of your subscription, and then from there you basically get access to the service. It doesn't take long to get access. Right, so pricing, it gets priced per token, and these tokens are basically 4 characters if you work it out on average. And you'll notice that different models cost different prices. So this ChatGPT 3.5 we actually use in most of our projects that we do. It's good enough for what we need. And of course, you notice the price difference is significantly different between ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. Of course, the price, as there's new models coming out, the prices will drop as well. So just something to bear in mind. There is a slight cost as well with your messages going in and out. Right, so it also, just to be clear, it excludes all the other services you could be using in your project. So you could connect it to Azure Cognitive Search for semantic search and things like that. That would be separate from your Azure OpenAI costs. Right, so that was a very quick whirlwind tour of Azure OpenAI. I hope you get out of the demo as well that it's really, really simple to do this stuff. So hopefully that answered the question earlier, is like how do you get started and how difficult it is to do these things. It's really, really simple. If you want to contact me, you're welcome to contact me on Twitter or X, X. And you can read on my blog. There's a couple of AI things there as well. You're also welcome to join our developer community. we also have one in Durban. I haven't put the link here, but there's Cape Town MS Developer, there's Joburg MS Developer, and there's also Durban as well. Links to Copilot, Copilot X, and of course, getting started with Azure OpenAI. But thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Yes, we do have a few questions. They're just coming through. I apologize for that. I was muted.
No problem.
Okay. All right. Our first question by Evidence. How does generating code from ChatGPT affect the learning of university students? For example, instead of developing a website from scratch, asking ChatGPT for the code instead.
That's a very good question, right? So when we teaching students at the University of the Western Cape, so what we've decided is we've actually integrated things like ChatGPT and Copilot and stuff into the curriculum that we're teaching. But we start off with still the fundamentals of programming and things like that. And then from there, we actually then start integrating Copilot into it to accelerate the development. But it needs to be right. You don't generate your code initially while learning with Copilots and ChatGPT. So there has to be some learning there. So you don't want to have the students just purely like a typist and a prompt engineer and things like that. There has to be initial learning, but then we have to embrace all this technology because that's the superpower, right? Because you're also going into a job market where other developers are using this technology to produce solutions very quickly and things. So we have to embrace it and put it as part of our curriculums and things like that. But yes, it is an interesting thing. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. I believe it did because it was quite straightforward about that. Like how I said, you have to first learn the basics before you can start doing all
You have
these.
to, right? So like things
Yes.
like for loops and stuff, you need to know, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't just ask ChatGPT how to do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, when you get into a
Yeah,
real job market, when you get into the job
yeah,
market, you're going to be
yeah,
struggling when you have an actual job.
yeah. But you do have to embrace it, right? So you have to get a balance between the two.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any other questions?
Just waiting for it to come through. From my side, I wanted to know so in terms of pricing, did you say that was per month or per year in term?
For what? So the tokens. It's
Yeah, for
per
the
token.
token.
It's
Oh,
per token, right?
okay, per
So
token.
tokens in English is basically about 4 characters. So that's
Mm-hmm.
for inputs and outputs. There is where's the tokenizer? Yeah. So is it possible to share my screen?
Ah, yes, it is. You can go ahead.
Let me just see if I can get a browser onto the right thing. OpenAI tokenizer. Yeah, so there's a nice little tool from OpenAI. It's called the tokenizer, which will give you an idea of how many tokens you're using, right? So I'm just going to be just as an example here. Let's just use their text. Copy. I'll paste it in here. And then what it'll do is give you an idea what this text looks like in tokens, right? So it's 700 characters, but it's 149 tokens, right? So what we do is we generally put some basically scenarios together, and then we look at the text that we've got, and then kind of work out the average of tokens that we're going to get inputs and outputs, and then that could help us in a cost forecast as well. Microsoft also does provide calculators for this too, but we use this type of thing to give us an idea, right? So it breaks it up nicely, and you notice it's sometimes 4 characters, sometimes not. These type of tools is actually very nice to give you a breakdown and an idea, but it's mostly four characters in English.
That's perfect because at least people
Yeah.
understand how the conversion is when they.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see those micro cents, right? And then you
Yes.
need to work
You have to work out
it
how
can,
much each.
yeah, it can add up, right? So you can
Mm-hmm.
forecast more or less how much it will cost over a certain period of time, and
Period
then
of time.
yeah, to answer your question, yes, you can then work it out potentially per month how much it will cost.
And then, so in terms of this, you also had other. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what it was. But you said there were other tools that you were using with the ChatGPT 4 in the demo. Which other tools
Yes.
would you recommend for people who want to go into this year?
What do you mean tools, right?
Uh,
So what I demoed was OpenAI Studio. That's a
yes.
Microsoft tool for experimenting and things. You can even use the normal Chat GPT interface to get your text formatted. We use it a lot for just like shortening text, formatting text, and things like that. That's just the normal Chat GPT interface and things. If you've got anything that's critical, right, and IP based and needs to be private, then I suggest you use the OpenAI Studio, because that is data that's going purely between you and your own service, right? So that's sitting. You've got your own subscription, you've got your own OpenAI service, and you've got your own model. I wouldn't go play around with OpenAI public tools, because that is leaving your environment and you have no idea right, where it's going. So if you're going to use any of these tools, use your maybe your private endpoint if you've got anything that needs to be secured.
Thank you. I'm
And
sure
then
I
we
use.
use and then we use Copilot a lot, right? The
Yes.
Copilot chat is like invaluable for actually writing code and stuff inside
Yes.
Visual
As
Studio.
demoed by Rory and you.
Yes, yes, really powerful stuff. That
Our second question is how is Azure OpenAI service different from other AI services offered by Microsoft, such as AI, Azure AI Cognitive Services?
Yeah, so it's part of the cognitive services, but um, the OpenAI services is basically what functionality comes from OpenAI themselves, right? So it's the ChatGPT models, the DALI models, and things like that. The new models as well can do image and vision and all those type of things too. But the Microsoft's always had services that do vision, they do speech, they do basically text to speech, speech to text. There's a whole myriad of services that's been available over the years, right? So there's also the language translation models and things like that that they have. So you can choose, right? If you want to use some of the open AI services, some of them might not be yet available right now. So the vision things you might not be able to get right now in Azure. So those visions, like custom vision and things like that, is available in the Microsoft Cognitive Suite. And then, of course, you need to find the balance, right? Which one works for you and which one you want to use. But there's lots of we use in our systems lots of the speech recognition, right? So speech to text and then text back to speech. So in some of our applications, we use both. Azure OpenAI to generate the completion, and then we use the cognitive services to take the completion text and push it out verbally, right? And then you can then get like a voice and spoken chat GPT type interface. So yeah, so some offerings are similar, some of them are different.
It just
You can
depends on the personal preference, is what you
you
say.
can choose, but the cognitive services have been there a lot longer than OpenAI.
All
OpenAI
right.
has only been there a very short period of time.
Okay. Our next question is what are some of the ethical considerations that users should keep in mind when using Azure OpenAI services?
Yeah, so always, right, you need to think about your audience. You don't want to offend them, right? So keep, and that's where those content filters and things are very, very important. No harmful content, no anything to do with hate speech and things. But also, what you need to do is, as for responsible AI, is inform your users that you actually are speaking to an AI. Right, that's one of the most responsible things that you could be doing from an ethical perspective. These bots and these chat bots you get that using Chat GPT, right? They seem, and you can make them really, really human like, but they're not, right? So one of the things that you really need to do is inform your users that you are now speaking to an AI before you get to that AI, that they understand that this is not a human. So AI great, but it's not a person. So that's you really need to inform people that that you are speaking to a different intelligence.
Yes, people need to have that image that they're speaking to an AI, not an actual person.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is it's so good, right? So some of these things you don't know, but you need to inform your
You,
user up front that you are interacting with a different intelligence.
yes,
Yeah.
and let's see. I believe we have another comment. Is it possible to train the models using your own data?
Yes. Yeah. So once you got it in your own Azure OpenAI service, you can bring your own data to it. So you can integrate it into your own .NET application. So of course you can pass your data to your from your databases that you've already got, SQL Server or MongoDB or whatever you're using, and then pass it into these models. There is also data that you can set up. That's from the OpenAI studio. They can get your own data as well. So the power of Azure OpenAI is the ability for you to integrate with the rest of the Azure services that are available. And then you bring your own data and it's private, right? That doesn't go to OpenAI to be trained better on the models, and Microsoft doesn't train on them either. They purely your models. And then you can also add things like embeddings as well. So that's more like vector-based interpretation of information. So what that does is it works out information that's related to each other, the distance from it, and you can use that for cool things like searching and all those type of things based on that too. But that can be purely your data.
Thank you for answering that question. Our next question is from Samkelo. Can you provide insights into the range of natural language processing capabilities offered by Azure OpenAI, and how can they be leveraged in a diverse business scenarios?
Okay. Well, that's the example that we showed, right? Was a good way of looking at business scenarios, right? You might have lots, like in call center environments, you might have lots and lots of user input that need some sort of response, and you've got call center agents that maybe has to troll through lots of text and things like that, or lots and lots of audio that you want to transcribe into text and then have processed. So there's there must be like gigs and gigs of text and stuff like that in those type of environments. So there in business scenarios and stuff, OpenAI is really really cool, so that you can focus the information that you've got to what the call center agents need, um, and then they can respond appropriately. Like in that simple example, right? We summarized the information, and then we also got OpenAI to work out what is more important for the business, right? So in that case, in the simple example, is like the bad things was what we need to respond to as well. So in like a business environment, we could maybe use it for maybe pre-risking and profiling information as well, categorize it, and then make your call center routing and stuff maybe more efficient and less time consuming, less human based.
Yes, it's more efficient and saves time.
Yeah, and also right, it could be possibly more reliable as well, because if you got people looking at information all day, right, there might be a mistake as
Yeah,
well.
might be a slip up.
So, yeah, so you can set up these models to be more rigid as well. Well, of course, you have to test this, right? So the
Yes, you
important
have to.
thing of these AI models is not just throw them out there and then hope they're going to work. You have to test them. But of course, if an AI model that's looking at masses of volume of data may be more accurate than a human, because there might be human factors, tiredness, and all those type of things into it. I've never seen OpenAI tired.
That's a benefit. They can work longer
It's one
than
of the
us.
benefits, yes. Yeah.
Always there on standby.
Yes, they're never too tired. Even Rory doesn't tire it out.
And he really technically pushes them to their limit, but they said.
Yes.
Let's see. Our next question is from Samkelo as well. So,
Hmm.
what measures and features does Azure provide to ensure the ethical and responsible use of OpenAI services, particularly in applications where sensitive data may be involved?
Yeah. So in that case, right? So that's why there is that application process, right? So you don't just get access to OpenAI. You've got to go first to Microsoft and fill in that application form and then state your use cases, right? Then they vet that before you even get access to the OpenAI services. Um, and then, of course, they have a link to who has it, right? So it's not just a public service out there that it's like free for all. So they're enforcing it there from a control perspective that they can say, well, this is a legitimate use case. Then, of course, when you go build your service, then they can match what you've done to the use case as well, which is then just checking that it is a legitimate service that's out there. And then, of course, from the service perspective as well, they've also got those content filters that you can apply and things like that for harmful content and hateful speech and those type of things as well. So it is a very controlled environment from a Microsoft Azure perspective. As soon as you violate any of the policies and stuff, your service will be will have implications. I can guarantee that. But they do put a little entry bar as well that you need to apply. It's not just I'm going to spin up an OpenAI service in a resource group on Azure like you can with every other service. There is gatekeeping for it.
Yeah, the gatekeeping is pretty good then in that sense, so it'll stop any malicious use.
Yes, yeah, no, that's the fundamental principle behind those services is responsible usage.
Yes. Our next question is from some killer as well. Oh no.
Lots of questions.
Yeah. Okay, here's it. Could you elaborate on the specific use case or industries where Azure OpenAI services have demonstrated notable use, notable success and added value?
Yeah, I know for a fact because we have projects and stuff that's using it is like in call center environments, right? So masses of text information and things like that. I don't know if I should speak about it as well. We're also looking to use it in legal environments and there's and potentially medical projects as well. But we've seen it definitely give a significant impact and stuff on call center information.
I can also see it playing quite a big impact on the, as you said, the law type of side.
Yes.
So
Legal documents.
Yeah, legal.
Yes, and they're rigid, right? So you can either generate them or you can process them and things like
to
that.
analyze.
Yes. Yeah.
Our next question is from Asanda Twala. What are the benefits of using Azure OpenAI instead of developing your own AI solution from scratch?
Speed, right? So that OpenAI model, right, has been trained by probably the best like data scientists in the world on a huge data set, right? So that has already been trained. It's already there for you to use, right? Nothing's stopping you though from trying to train your own. Of course, then you need lots of GPUs and you're going to make Rory very rich and stuff like that with training these models. And then you need to find the data and train it on data as well. So yes, you can definitely train your own models. But of course, it's going to be really, really difficult for you as an individual or company to match already what's available in OpenAI. But we train our own vision models and stuff. So we've got some projects that's security related, and we do vision training to determine if a camera's detected a person. Then we look at the skeletal movements of a person to determine what they're trying to do and things like that. Those are totally custom models, right? So there is a space for you to create models for your own usage and stuff. But in these large language models, I would start with pick a language model out there. There's lots of them, right? So there's that Llama, there's OpenAI's models and things like that. Pick one as a base level, and then maybe make a train on top of that things for you. But training a large language model from scratch may be hard. That's why OpenAI has got so much money, right?
Yes, they're quite experienced with and have quite a lot of data on their hands. So
yeah, and they sometimes have a CEO and sometimes not. Yeah.
Oh, we have a second question from Asanda. How does Azure OpenAI handle data security and privacy?
Yeah, so that's purely in your environment, right? So when you deploy these models, it's into your subscription. That OpenAI service is yours. When I deployed those, the ChatGPT model and the Chat 4 model and the 3.5, that's mine, right? And then, of course, it's got all the security principles and all the security certifications on top of that from Microsoft. And then when you're using your own data, right? So it's then protected by Azure as normal. However, your data you still must protect, right? So if you've got other avenues for your data usage, um, you might still need to have protect that. But from a nice deploy into the cloud model, your data could be co-located with your Azure models. No one trains on that information. No one looks at your data that you don't allow, and from that perspective, it's actually very very safe. So the same is not true if you're using your data with the public OpenAI service. That is fair game, right? So you don't know what they're doing with that. So that's why the Azure OpenAI is really cool, because if you've got all your information housed within Azure, right? So you in that bubble, and your models is basically yours, and your data that you're providing it is yours.
Thank
that,
you for
that's
answering that
no,
question.
those models also don't train themselves, right? They don't get more intelligent and things like that. And Microsoft's not using that model that you've got deployed to improve anything on their side. That is purely you deploying. And that little screenshot I showed is you choose a model, it deploys into your environment, and that's it, right? That's your model. It's like the same as like when you have a SQL server in Azure, that data in that SQL server is yours, right? It's like no one else's, and it's the same analogy, right? It's protected within the security that's around it.
That was a wonderful analogy. It kept it quite
Mm,
simple.
mm,
We have a question from Samkelo.
mm.
How does Azure address data privacy concerns when utilizing OpenAI services, and what mechanisms in place to safeguard user information? Well, you
That's the
really,
That is an interesting question as well. They've also put a promise that if there's any sort of like copyright infringement and stuff, they will cover it as well. So there is intent from Microsoft to ensure that any content that's been generated from the OpenAI models and stuff is you don't have any liability to that to start with, and then yes, the rest I think we covered already in the privacy, that it's not trained by, or it's not used, that data is not used by anyone else. But they do have statements that says, well, if your model, right, that you've got that came from OpenAI, you don't necessarily know everything that was trained in that model, right? So if there's some sort of copyright infringement or something that happens in your app, they will try and help you out of that. There's a surety like agreement around that.
and I
If for
think
some
this,
odd reason your app generates like something that came out of a Disney movie or something like that, yeah, it could be a problem, right? So
yes,
they've given a guarantee that that type of thing they will cover.
that's perfect for you on your part then, as from a
Yes, yeah, because
consumer.
it's difficult, right? Because that's been trained on lots and lots of data. You don't know what's in there that to start
Exactly.
with as well. Yeah.
And I believe this is our last question. How can users monitor and audit the use of AI models in Azure OpenAI service?
Use of monitor and audit. What we do from just monitoring and auditing is basically just making sure that our costing is working, right? so there we monitor the tokens and stuff. The API gives you nice usage on the tokens and things like that. Sometimes we do, depends on the solution, right? Sometimes we have a history of communications and stuff to OpenAI. Sometimes we don't, right? So that type of mechanism depends on your solution, and if you need like an audit trail on any of the inputs and completions and stuff that you've got. But all our services basically have basically monitoring from a cost perspective, right? Because we want to check how much we're paying.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you for clarifying of the how the auditing
yeah.
works. I believe that is it, Alan. Thank you for joining
Wonderful.
us.
All right.
We will see
No,
you
thank
later
you very
today
much.
at your second session.
Yes, yeah, that will be mobile apps. So yeah, see you later.
Looking
Thank you
forward
very
to it.
much.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. We'll be going on break now for. We'll be going on break till quarter to 12, where we'll be having Mr. Swaroop Bagul joining us for as the next session. Upcoming that, we'll have Miss Nafisa Alibedi and Dr. Progressing Charlie following her after that. Enjoy the break, guys, and stay tuned. Welcome, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your short break. And today we have a special
Hello
guest coming
everyone,
all the way from India.
how are
We
you
have
all?
Mr. Swaroop K. Bagel.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen now.
Uh, Currently, we cannot hear you. I apologize, we're currently experiencing technical
All right.
difficulties.
So, good
Can you
morning to
hear me?
everyone. I hope you all had a perfect start for this insightful conference and it is providing you the helpful insights. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Okay, great. Okay. So I hope you
We
all
still cannot hear you,
must have
Mr. Swaroop.
had a perfect start of this insightful conference, and it is proving helpful for all of you, the young and aspiring students who are keen to develop a solid career in the near future. So before introducing myself, I must be grateful towards the event organizers of DUT and my friend Mr. Kasim for giving me this opportunity to share some of my learnings with wonderful audiences like you all. So, I'm Swarup. I'm co founder and director of design from Prismic Reflections, India. I'm a self taught designer. At Prismic Reflections, from last 20 plus years, we help our clients to ideate, build, and maintain digital products and platforms such as mobile apps, SaaS based applications, small to large websites, portals, and other marketing materials which they need in their regular business operations. We have diverse clients base spread across the world, ranging from Fortune 100 to 500 brands till funded startups. Being a creative human, apart from my profession, I am equally passionate about theater and holds equivalent experience. Out of my passion, I completed my degree in Bachelor of Performing Arts few years back. And on top of it, I'm a moody cook who likes to cook my food and enjoy it with my friends and family members occasionally. Above all, I am a spiritual seeker, practicing the teachings of my master in my day to day life to reach my ultimate life goal. So, let's take a quick look through what we are going to cover through my session today. Yeah, okay. So, this is a bird's eye view of the topics which I'm trying to cover in my session. I hope you will find it helpful in your career. So, first, I would like to throw some light about why someone should choose design as a career. Then, some of the career options in design industry. Then, the role of AI, which is currently booming across all the technology sectors, and so in the design and the required soft skills. So we all know about the hard skills. We try to learn them really hard, but while we try to practice our hands-on with the hard skills and tools, etc., uh, we being the recruiters or we being on the other side of the table, we have seen that many people do ignore on the soft skills, which are really essential these days moving forward. So I'll try to cover them up. And last but not the least, if you have some of the questions and if I'm able to answer your question up to your satisfaction, we will try to cover a couple of questions during that time. Okay, so let's move ahead. So before talking about why design, I was just uh, browsing on the internet and I found these interesting data points. Okay, so the product design and development service industry is expected to grow up to 24.92 thousand million by 2023 2030 with a CAGR of 12.9%. And computer aided design service industry is expected to grow up to 17.47 billion by 2030. So it is for sure that there will be always a growing demand of skilled designers moving forward. Now, some of the opportunities and benefits which one can expect if someone is aspirant and trying to get into the design space. So, choosing a career in design offers an array of opportunities and benefits for today's students. Here, I have tried to highlight several compelling reasons why one should consider pursuing a career in design. Design is a field where creativity takes center stage, and it allows individuals to express themselves by problem solving and bringing innovative ideas to life. Almost every industry needs designers these days, right from technology and healthcare to fashion and entertainment, and it provides a wide range of career options to choose from depending upon the choice of each individual. Designers play a crucial role in shaping the way we interact with the world, right from the layout of a website to the design of a product. The impact of design is felt in our day to day life. It's about finding creative solutions to problems. Students who pursue design develop strong problem solving skills, which is a valuable asset in any profession these days. The demand for skilled designers is constantly growing. As industries become more digital and user focused, the need for talented designers is increasing every year. So, can you imagine your smartphone without its graphical user interface? It's tough, right? That is why design is at the forefront of technology integration. Every new emerging technology designers work with, they work on cutting edge tools and technologies, including virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and other emerging trends. For example, Apple Vision Pro. Just look at its GUI. It's smart, right? Can you imagine operating it without the GUI which they have provided? Almost impossible. Experts are predicting that the future will be of gig economy. And so designers have the flexibility to work as freelancer or start their own design studio to focus on niche services. This entrepreneurial aspect allows one for independence and the opportunity to pursue passion through challenging projects. As design is a universal language, it transcends cultural boundaries and allows for global collaboration, making it an attractive career for those interested in diverse and international experiences. It's a dynamic field that requires constant evolution. Thus, it requires you to keep on learning, keep your yourself on toes, and fostering a mindset of adaptability as you move forward. Designers has the power to create positive social change, whether it's designing for accessibility, sustainability, or inclusivity. Design have the ability to make a meaningful impact on society. Designers often find their work to be intrinsically rewarding. Seeing a project come to life and positively impacting its users can lead to high level of job satisfaction. Design projects often involve collaboration with diverse teams, including developers, marketers, and various engineers. This collaborative work environment can be stimulating and enriching for you as a newcomer in the industry. As the technology shifts and evolves, designers have to cope up and face exciting challenges. This constant evolution keeps this profession interesting and engaging. So, in conclusion, a career in design offers a blend of creativity, problem solving, and real world impact. It's a dynamic field that aligns well with the interests of today's students, providing a pathway to fulfilling and meaningful work in a variety of industries. Let's go to the next slide. So, what are the options we are looking at if someone wants to get into this design industry? And here are they. Let's try to know them one by one uh, by taking a quick overview. Design is a versatile field with several broader streams that one can explore to build their careers. Here are some of the key streams. First is graphic design, which focuses on visual communication and the creation of visual content for print as well as the digital media. Graphic designers can work in advertisement agencies, publishing houses, or even the branding firms, and can work individually as a freelancers. Second is user experience design. It concentrates on enhancing the user satisfaction by improving the usability and accessibility of any platform or a product, may it be digital or physical. UX designers are in demand across the industries, including the tech companies, startups, and design agencies. Then next comes the user interface designing, which deals with the look and feel of any product, focusing on the visual elements that users interacts with. UI designers work closely with UX designers and can find opportunities in web and app development software companies and digital agencies. Next is product design, which involves creating and improving physical products, considering functionality, aesthetics, and user experience. Product designers can work for manufacturing companies, consumer good firms, and start their own design studios as well. Next is industrial design. This stream is very much similar to product design, but often involves designing three-dimensional products such as appliances, furniture, and automobiles, etc. Industrial designers finds role in manufacturing, automotive companies, and consumer electronics. Interior designing, I think I don't need to explain you, but still, it focuses on creating functional and aesthetical pleasing interior spaces for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. Interior designers work for design firms, real estate companies, or as an have independent consultants. Next is fashion design. It involves the creation of clothing, accessories, footwear, uh, considering aesthetics and functional aspects. Fashion designers can work for apparel brands, start their own fashion lines, or be involved in costume designs for films and televisions, etc. Motion design, one more interesting stream, combines graphic design and animation to create visually engaging motion graphics and animation. Motion designers find roles in animation studios like Pixar, video production houses, and advertising agencies. Digital marketing design. We all know how many promotional emails and messages we receive every single day. Designers help on creating visual content for online marketing, including social media graphics, banners, and digital advertisements. Designers in digital marketing can work for marketing agencies, e commerce companies to help them acquire new customers. Last but not the least, environmental or sustainable design. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware of it, but it involves creating designs that consider environmental impact and sustainability. Designers in this stream may work with governments, architecture firms, urban planning agencies, or other companies which are committed to sustainable practices. So these are a few of the streams. They are not mutually exclusive, but designers often find that their skills and interest span across multiple areas, allowing for a dynamic and varied career path. It's essential for designers to continually adapt to emerging trends and technologies within their chosen stream or explore new areas as the design field evolves further. Let's move towards the buzzword in the industry, which is AI. So, we all know how AI is actually disrupting the industry everywhere. Recently, it is significantly shaping the landscape of the technology, and it is creating new and exciting career opportunities for professionals, including designers. Yes, I think everyone who is thinking to get into design space should get well versed with these new tools and work methods which are emerging through AI. It can automate your repetitive and mundane design tasks, allowing designers to focus on more creative and strategic aspects of their work. This automation enhances efficiency and enables designers to allocate more time to problem solving and innovation. AI algorithms are increasingly used in generative design, where they explore numerous design possibilities based on specified parameters. This approach allows designers to explore the multiple possibilities and reduce the time curve. AI tools such as generative models and style transfer algorithms can inspire and augment human creativity. Designers can collaborate with AI to generate unique design elements, explore new aesthetics, and break through creative blocks. There are several tools like Midjourney we can try and use to bring your creative ideas to life with minimum efforts. AI enables us to create personalized and user centric experiences by analyzing user data and their preferences. Designers can use AI driven insights to tailor prompts, interfaces, and content to meet the specific needs and preferences of individual users. AI plays a crucial role in the development of augmented virtual reality experiences. Designers working in these fields utilize AI to create immersive and interactive environments, influencing how users engage with digital content. Artificial intelligence helps in creating intuitive and visually appealing chatbots and conversational interfaces for them. Its natural language processing enhances the user experience, making interactions more seamless and user friendly. AI streamlines the prototyping and testing phases in design projects, automating the identification of design flaws and areas for improvements. This accelerates the design iteration process, leading to more robust and user friendly final products. Designers increasingly collaborate with specialists and data scientists to fostering a cross disciplinary approach to problem solving. This collaboration opens up opportunities for designers to expand their skill sets and engage in projects at the intersection of design and AI. As AI becomes integral to design processes, designers play a crucial role in addressing ethical considerations as well. Designers need to ensure that AI-driven solutions prioritizes inclusivity, fairness, and transparency, contributing to responsible and ethical design practices. So, to summarize, AI is not a replacement of designers, but augmenting their capabilities and expanding the possibilities within the field. Designers who embrace AI and understand their potential applications are well positioned to thrive in this evolving and exciting career landscape. Let's move to the next slide about required soft skill one should have. So while working with our internal design team from last 20 plus years, I strongly believe though technical skills are crucial for a designer, but soft skill plays a pivotal role in determining success and effectiveness in the field. So here are some essential soft skill for designers. Let's try to understand them. The ability to think outside the box and generate innovative ideas is at the core of design. And that is why creativity allows designers to approach problems with fresh perspectives and deliver unique design solutions. Communications are equally essential for effectively conveying your ideas, your concepts, and design rationale to your team members, clients, and other stakeholders. Clear communication always ensures that everyone is on the same page and the design vision is understood by everyone. Design is a collaborative process that involves working with cross functional teams, including developers, marketers, and clients. The ability to collaborate, listen to feedback, and integrate inputs from diverse perspectives is essential. Empathy helps designer to create solutions that addresses user challenges and enhance the overall user experience. To understanding the needs, preferences, and emotions of the end users, it is crucial for creating designs that resonate. Its dynamic landscape, with trends and technology evolving rapidly, designers needs to adapt to change, embrace new tools and methodologies, and stay ahead of industry developments. Precision is the key in designing. So one has to develop that keen eye for details to ensure that every aspect of design is being covered, right from typography to color choices. And he has to ensure that the design is aligning towards the intended message and the purpose. Design projects often come with deadlines, and so effective time management allows designer to meet project milestones, deliver high quality work, and handle multiple projects simultaneously. Designers encounter challenges throughout their creative process. The ability to analyze problems critically and devise creative solutions is fundamental to overcome obstacles and to deliver successful design solutions. Being open to different ideas, perspectives, and constructive criticism fosters a positive and collaborative work environment. Open minded designers are more adaptable and willing to explore diverse design approaches. Design is a form of visual storytelling. The ability to communicate a narrative through design elements helps you to convey messages effectively and also engages the audience emotionally. Design is an iterative process. It requires multiple revisions and adjustments. Therefore, having patience and keeping your cool is equally essential to navigate through multiple client feedbacks or rounds of changes and challenges without compromising the quality of the design. Trust me, it actually tests your patience at times. Keeping the end users in mind is crucial while you work on any design project. Designers would prioritize with needs and preferences of the targeted audiences, create a design that resonates and fulfill user expectations. They often need to negotiate with the clients, team members, or stakeholders. Strong negotiation skills helps you to hold your ground and finding solutions that satisfy all the parties involved in the process. The ability to present and articulate design concepts persuasively is immensely valuable. This skill is crucial when sharing ideas with clients, stakeholders, or team members. Designers often work on projects that requires self-direction. So being self-motivated ensures that designers can meet deadlines and produce high quality work even when working independently. So in a nutshell, cultivating a balance of technical proficiency and these soft skills equips you as a designer to navigate the complexities of the design profession successfully. And as we wrap up, I want to leave you with a reflection on the incredible possibilities that lie ahead. Design isn't just a career, it's an ongoing adventure where creativity meets technology, and every project is a canvas for innovation. In the world of design, you're not just a creator, you are a storyteller, shaping narratives through your pixels, textures, and colors. As you march ahead in this journey, be open, embrace the ever evolving landscape, maintain your curiosity, and let your passion fuel your growth. The fusion of design and technology is an unstoppable force. Whether you find yourself crafting user experiences, shaping physical products, or diving into the evolving horizon of augmented reality, designer is pivotal in shaping this future. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of design's vast horizon. May your designs be bold, your ideas be limitless, and your impact be everlasting. Wishing you all the success and fulfillment on your career journey. Thank you and take care.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Swaroop. And that last quote was beautiful. Currently, we have a few questions, so we now move on to that there. Our first question is from Tobani Ndela, which goes, which emerging technologies do you see having the most significant impact on user experience and design in the near future?
So I think, as I mentioned, AI is definitely impacting a lot in the design industry, and that is a kind of means it is a kind of shifting the entire technology space right now, which we all are experiencing. So according to me, AI is important, and that is why I tried to cover that part in my presentation as well.
Thank you for that answer.
Yeah.
Next, we have a question from Akona Zulu. What advice would you give to someone looking to improve their understanding of user experience design principles and practices?
Certainly. So, according to me, one has to continuously uh, try their hands on multiple assignments. They should take some problem statements. These days, there is a lot of community support. When we started our journey 20 years back, we were completely clueless. At that time, UX was not evident in the industry. But as we uh, uh, came across around a decade, after spending a decade, I think UX started emerging and we started adopting that. But that was a very kind of roller coaster ride, I would say. But you guys, means all the aspirants, I think they have a very fantastic opportunity. There are many platforms which are helping you openly. A lot of knowledge and the processes have been shared openly across the social media platforms, forums. There are platforms like ADP List, etc. So I think one should join the communities, take new problems, create their portfolios around them, take the mentorship, and be open to learn and evolve.
Thank you. We have one more question from Sahil. Oh, how to kill the perfection monster and yet make a progress, create art. Often industry makes us disorientated in design and art.
Yeah, so it's not means I think every designer goes through these phases. So first of all, you will have to be your own friend. Of course, be your own critic, but a friendly critic, and uh, handle the all the challenges very friendly manner. Okay, and I think the amount of time which you are going to spend in the field will obviously help you to overcome these means traits of your mind. Okay, read some books on mindfulness, uh, listen to some of the talks of experienced designers, go through the forums, go through the blogs like Medium or Smashing Magazine, and even the I think NN Group or something. So that will eventually help you to develop that mindset, because, as I mentioned, we always focus on the hard skills more, but I think those when successful people equally focuses on their mindset, and to develop the necessary soft skills to develop that mindset.
Thank you for answering this question. Our next one is, what is the education and training required to become a graphic designer?
That's a good question. So, as I mentioned in my introduction, me and my partner, we both are self-taught design practitioners. So we have learned in our own way, own hard way. But now many of the universities, they are offering the degree programs even in designing. Okay, and at the same time there are some of the individual institutes you can find over the internet. People from various countries, they are actually providing you the training, and they are really doing very well. Okay, so right from mastering the fundamentals till the next level, the work, how to actually create your portfolios, what should do, what one should not do. So they teach you pretty much everything. And after one point, you will have to walk all alone, practice more and more things, keep high aims, okay, in terms of quality of the design, follow the top designers in the community, and try to raise your own bar.
Thank you, Mr. Swarup. That will be all for questions, and it was wonderful having you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Coming up next, we will have Miss Nafisa Ali Bedi. We are currently just giving her a few minutes to sort out her camera, and she will join momentarily. Ms. Nafisa will be talking about navigating the future key trends and shaping the landscape of data science. She's currently a tech entrepreneur, as well as a data scientist and data analyst. Going more into her topic. Oh, she's joined us. Hello, Ms. Nafisa, can you currently hear us? Sorry, Ms. Nafisa, can you currently hear me?
I think
Hello.
having some audio problems.
All
I
right. Fine, thanks, and you? Ms. Nafisa, can you hear us? Okay, she's currently experiencing some audio issues. We apologize for that. She will be back momentarily. Ms. Nafisa will be delving into the experience of artificial intelligence, machine learning, with a breakthrough of deep learning and reinforcement, revolutionizing the innovation. Presentation will encompass the dynamic landscape of data science and technology, guiding you through the trends that are reshaping the future. So don't miss this opportunity to navigate the path through tomorrow's data-driven world. After Miss Nafisa, we'll be having Dr. Progress and Charlie. We'll be talking about revolution health management and harnessing smart devices for holistic well-being. Dr. and Charlie. Oh, we have Miss Nafisa back.
Struggling.
Can you currently hear me? We can hear you, but I'm not sure if you can hear us at the moment.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone
Hello?
can hear me from your end.
Yes, we can.
I'm currently experiencing some of the audio issue on my side, so I can't hear you. But yeah, um, try to use the chat bot for communication because I cannot hear the thing from my end. So yeah, we'll get started.
Miss Nafisa, can you share your desktop window so our viewers can see? Welcome back. We can
Hi
see.
everyone. So my name is Nafisa Alibedi. And so my name is Nafisa Alibedi. I'm from Durban, around Durban. So actually, I am a data scientist, data analyst, as well as a technology entrepreneur. So what's about my company? The name of my company is Creative Tech Solution. It's a dynamic startup. It's operating at the intersection of data science and software development, and with the special focus on educational boot camps through coding and robotics. So that's what I do. I am in the teaching space. I think um, throughout my career, I've worked in educational technology field, and I've gained a lot of experience working in the educational technology field. And yeah, that's why I also considered it at the later stage to also start my own educational boot camps because there's a major gaps um with students unemployment. So that's where the space I am. I like upskilling and through technology. So when we talk about data scientists, so what exactly is data scientists? So I know to many of your data scientists, it's something new. So data scientists has become the new oil in the digital world. So what data scientists? Data scientist is a multidisciplinary um, field. So it's a multidisciplinary field that utilizes scientific methods, the process, this algorithm, and it's part of using structure and unstructured data and structure and unstructured data. that's used in this uses statistics method and AI. So it's a lot of statistics on in data scientists. So when you're considering a data scientist field, you need to have a bit of understanding with mathematics, because data scientists uses a lot of mathematics behind data scientists coding. So what language we use in data scientists? We use Python. We use mostly Python. um there's Python, and there's R as well, but I've never used R. That so throughout my career I've used Python. Even now too, I use Python. So it's Python. And then you um so because Python is very wide, and it's very wide range of the languages, so you get to use the AI and the machine learning when it comes to data scientists. So that's where AI comes. So in these days that we're living in, the days where businesses are now merging into data scientists, because data scientists helps to improve um, companies, like whichever industry you are in, whether you're in the education field or the financial field, marketing, or the health field. But take an example, for instance, in the health industry, how data scientists use. So now we have this wearable devices that we use, wearable device that measure our heart rate, our blood pressure. So that's database. Now that's data. So that's how data comes into and helping businesses to improve the overall performance. So if you want to, like, for mentorship when it comes to data scientists, what I really need to know, firstly, it's your soft skills. You need to be able to communicate, because there's a lot of presentation that you're going to do in the job market. So you got to be able to have your soft skills, communication skills, your analytical skills, your problem solving skills. So that's data for you. And for the hard side, the hard skills that you need to focus on your statistics. You need to, like, even if you didn't do mathematics, you got to go back and look for an online courses that says data scientists in mathematics, because there's a lot of mathematics behind data scientists. You work with statistics. Yes, so you have to take that to upskill yourself. If you didn't do maths, you have to look for a mathematics course in data sciences, in any online courses, to upskill yourself. You just have to upskill yourself. Yeah, that's the program. It is Python. So if you're considering of going through in this field of data sciences, just focus on Python. Python is very wide range. It has your AI, it has your machine learning. Focus on your Python. Yeah. So when it so yeah, that's up to me. And what I can tell you, that it's very difficult to break into if you are in your entry level. It's very difficult to break in the industry, and how you have to, like, keep upskilling yourself. You have to build projects. That's what I did. For me to break into an industry, I had to continuously build projects. I have to build projects. Like, it's your portfolio that speaks a lot about yourself. Even if you have the certification on your CV, the company, like recruiters or company that they're going to interview, they want to know, what have you learned throughout this certification course that I've done. So yeah, so it's about, like, you have, at the same time, you have to look for um projects that you can build within your spare time, because you gotta have a portfolio if you want to break into the industry, and it's very difficult, guys. You got to work twice as hard as. But believe in me, once you get in, the actual work, it's actually cooler than the interviews. So, like, with data scientists, you get to have your technical interview, which it's very difficult. It's very difficult. Like, you got to know some of your statistics. the statistics. So within the technical interview, there's statistics that they test you about your statistics. They test you about your programming knowledge, like your 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 functions that you need to know. But mostly, when you get into interview, they will recruiters or the hiring management, they actually look at they test you on the statistics field, the statistics, like you need to know your stats, your mean, median, and mode. So it's very difficult, but you have to keep on upskilling yourself, and you will you will make it through. So yeah, that's all for me. Could you please use the chat because I cannot hear anything on my side for any questions? So there's the first question that says, "What role do you see AI playing in our everyday life?" So AI is there, guys. AI. When you speak about AI, I know most of the people they say robotics are going to replace humans, but that's not true. Robotics cannot do what human do, but AI plays a very crucial role in our everyday life. It's there, it's going to be there for a very long time. And with AI and data science, a one a one a one group. So like I said, like data is part of our daily lives. The moment you walk, the moment you wake up, that's data. And data science is very wide. It goes in whichever industry you are. There's data there. Um,
Thank you for that mentorship session and explanation, Ms. Nafisa. Can you currently hear me? Hi, Nafisa. Can you hear me? Okay. Currently, Ms. Nafisa is experiencing difficulties, and it seems that her mic, she cannot hear us, so she isn't able to answer questions. Uh, Dudu, I apologize, but she will not be able to answer questions as she is having technical difficulties at the moment. We are currently trying to resolve it, and we'll let you know what's coming up next. Coming up next, we'll be having Dr. M. Charlie from DUT, who will be talking about the revolution in health and management while harnessing smart devices for holistic well-being. A bit of a background from Dr. M. Charlie is He is graduated from the United States Patent Office for a groundbreaking method to detect fraud in insurance claims. He has quite a lot of industry experience. He has also made a mark in academia, teaching at institutions like Webster University, where he has served as department chair and assistant dean. His academic expertise encompasses a broad spectrum, from computing to networking to artificial intelligence, as well as deep learning and machine learning. In his talk, Dr. Mishali will shed light on the fascinating Dr. Mishali will shed light on the fascinating transformative power of smart technology in health management, the integration of continuous glucose monitoring, blood pressure monitoring, blood oxygen monitoring, as well as heart rate monitoring and smart sleep tracking, and how it has revolutionized the way individuals take charge of their well being. CGM systems provide real time insights into blood sugar levels, empowering individuals with diabetes to make informed choices about their diet and insulin dosage. BP monitoring devices enable the regular tracking of blood pressure, contributing to the prevention of hypertension-related complications. BMO and HRM offer valuable cardiovascular health insights, while SST delivers in-depth information on sleep patterns and quality, promoting healthier sleep habits. Discover how these smart technologies empower individuals to proactively manage their health, fostering a holistic approach to well-being through data-driven thoughts and personalized recommendations. Dr. Progress in Charlie's talk is your gateway to a healthier, more informed approach to well-being, leveraging the power of smart devices. Thank you, Dr. Charlie, for joining. Can you currently hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Welcome, Dr.
very good.
Charlie. All right, the stage is yours.
Okay. All right, let me share my screen. Share the desktop. Sorry, I'm I'm trying to. Okay, let me just share the entire screen. I think it might be easier that way. And then I go here. Okay, are you able to see my screen? Oh, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody is enjoying the AI presentations and talks since we started this morning. Very, very interesting. I think we live in is still a passion of mine. I don't do as much because I've got involved more in on the management side as a CIO at the university. As the chair indicated, I want to look at some of the trends around the emerging technologies, especially around the healthcare environment, because it's interesting to me that we live in interesting times. We've been talking about IoT, about maybe having massive amounts of data, which again, we talk about the large language models, given the computing power that we have today. I think I heard earlier about some of the smaller laptops that wouldn't be in a position to actually do the computations that are necessary in AI. So I wanted to look at it from a perspective of how do we maybe harness the information uh, 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 about our health, because we do have technologies today that are able to give us a snapshot. So that's what my focus is going to be around maybe the wearable devices. There's so many of them, so I'm going to just limit myself to a couple. One is around the CGM, the continuous glucose monitoring. As you can see in this screenshot, a lot of times people have to prick their fingers and then I use this device to actually measure the glucose levels, maybe milligrams per deciliter or millimoles. It's very, very interesting research that I'm engaged in trying to maybe make it easier for people because this is very painful. So a lot of times people may do it just once a day. Whereas given the technology that we have, we should be able to monitor your glucose levels throughout the day. So I'll look at come at it from two different angles where you'll see the what makes this very interesting. The other one is around AFib, the continuous atrial fibrillation, because we've heard of some cases recently, especially for the Apple Watch, that at least I know about 10 cases where the Apple Watch was able to indicate to the wearer that they are having AFib, and the person ignored it initially, but eventually they took it seriously. And then when we went to the hospital, they were hooked up to a bigger machine, and indeed, the person was actually having AFib. But the technology today does allow us to be able to do that, to monitor, I guess, our health. Now, you do have an ensemble of all of these different tools that you could, I guess, attach everywhere, I guess, on your body to read different things. Blood pressure is another one. Because of I only have 30 minutes, so I was going to talk about blood pressure monitoring. But I said, well, in order for me to stick within the time, let me just focus on two. But there's an article that I read recently that talk about 14 newer technologies that can actually be used as wearables to get all kinds of diagnostic information from the end user. So I'm just going to talk about the two. So last year I talked about maybe the theme was more around the Internet of Things, where again we have all of these the cloud space. I guess is getting crowded with all of these different vendors that are now in the cloud space. So that the IoT gives us the ability to maybe capture a number of data points and then upload it in large quantities to the cloud. As I was saying, the talks around AI and large language or LLMs is because of the fact that we have cloud and then IoT enables us to measure all of these different things. So last year I was focused more around just IoT with regard to all of these other things that you are seeing in there. So I focus more on wearables. Again, I covered quite a number of different devices. The difference is I'm saying in this case, I'm just focusing on two. So I ended up looking at the, I guess you're looking wearables and phones as well as, I guess, the healthcare. The wearable devices can interact with the body to read different values or get diagnostic information, and that can be pushed to your phone, and then you can have a visual clue as to what's actually happening. And I find that to be very, very fascinating. And you could even share it with external parties like your doctors or nurses, so that you can actually get instant help. I think if you're looking at our healthcare industry in South Africa, all of those technologies, I think they can make a very big difference. They can have a big impact because you see how our hospitals are functioning. If you go to the hospital, you have to be prepared to be there the whole day because of the long queues. Maybe the equipment is not there to quickly help, I guess, the patients that are coming in. The government sometimes they may indicate that in terms of funding, they don't have enough money to buy all of the required maybe machinery because they're very expensive. So the idea is that why not use wearables at least to get an idea as to what's happening in your body. A lot of people do have phones. In fact, one thing that I've seen that's happening now, you can have even have a remote help. Maybe you just share your screen with a healthcare provider in order to determine maybe what you're ailing from, or maybe just give you or get some diagnostic help, I guess remotely. But what I'm saying in here as the patients or just an ordinary citizen, if I have these tools, then I'm able to continuously monitor, I guess, my health. If something start to go wrong, I can immediately, I guess, tell. Last year I talked about in terms of the CGMs. This is the Dexcon G6. There is a G7 now that is actually attached to your skin. You can Most people wear it on the upper arm. You can even put it on your, I guess, on your belly, on your stomach. It actually starts to gather a lot of this, I guess, information. So I'm focused a little bit more on the one that I'm actually using, and then dive a little bit internally. What I would have liked, because I'm still doing research in this space, is to look at this programmability, or maybe even tie it to AI. Since you're able to collect all of this information, you actually push it out to the cloud. Why not then run some of these AI models to go through the data as you upload it, maybe to the cloud, and then start to give you meaningful information in various ways. So I discussed this last year, and then the other one was from AFib. This is the Samsung Galaxy, and I actually do wear one every so often. I do this thing where I touch the upper button, and then it starts to read. I guess um, my symptoms in terms of how my heart is functioning, and then looking at all of the brain waves, and then it creates this thing just like you see it at the hospital. Once it's done, it actually pushes it to your phone so that it can show you the chart that looks like that second slide. So these are the two things that I think they're very critical in terms of maintaining, I guess, our health. So what am I going to talk about this year? I wanted to focus again on these two, on CGMs, as well as the watches that are able to give you this AFib information. And this article, I think, out of Birds, it tells a story, because we're saying that according to stats, they say there was an increase of 58% in deaths from non-communicable diseases from 97 to 2018. And diabetes is still the second leading cause of death after tuberculosis, which is still, I guess, after that many years of all of the research that has been done, we still struggle with it. So in my case, I'm just looking at diabetes, because it says that in the next paragraph, it says diabetes affects about 12% of the adult population. I mean, we just talk about adult population, not even about talking about juvenile, I guess, diabetes. And then also calls about the direct costs of diabetes to the healthcare system in the tune of the 2.7 billion, which is, I guess, quite a lot. Given our financial constraints, it means that it's going to be even more difficult for the government to be able to provide all of the tools that are necessary for us, maybe to reduce that percentage to, maybe it could be zero. That would be great. So if I talk about this one, is the Freestyle Libre sensor. You wear it on your upper skin. That's what I was doing some research. In fact, I'm looking at two maybe participants. That's a small study just to establish some parameters. My best friend, he's had diabetes for quite a while. So we have these sensors. So we've attached to I guess, to our skin, the Freestyle Libre. Now, one of the challenges in getting it into the country, because you have to, I think it has to go through government regulations to be maybe allowed or permitted to be used in the country. It's made by Abbott Laboratories in Chicago. So, but it is now available in South Africa. I think there are two or three other, I guess, resellers. This thing to me, it's make a very big difference. In fact, my best friend, since he started wearing this, he's very, very happy. And I'll explain as to where that happiness comes from. In this case, as you can see, it actually attaches to the skin. Is a sticky substance. It barely ever moves. You have to pull it harder to actually get it out. Then there's an app that you can use to actually scan. What that means is that just like on this slide where I showed, you have to prick your finger. This thing you don't have to do that anymore because you attach it. So there's other slides where it'll show you what it actually looks like. Once you've attached to the skin, this one takes about an hour to initialize. Initializing means it takes a sample. I'll show you another screen that's actually coming where it's continuously reading and then it's storing some of that information on this thing. The downside at this stage is that it's still expensive, but with time, as you already know, technology tends to be cheaper as more competition comes on or on the scene. The other disadvantage at the moment, but all of them have the same problem, is that this one only lasts for 14 days. But the app, it will tell you as it counts down. Once it's done, it will tell you that it needs to be replaced. So here's what it actually when it comes in as a package. As you can see, the applicator is what you see with a blue bottom because it's got a very sharp, thin needle. It's maybe about might be 10 millimeters. So when you open this thing, you actually attach this thing that you'll see in the next slide, and then you just press it like you are stamping onto the skin. What was interesting to me, I was interested in how does this thing actually even work. So I took an old one and removed the adhesive that attaches to the skin and cleaned it up, and I saw that there's an electronic circuit inside. What you are seeing that is white in the middle, you can see that little needle, very, very small, that sticks out. That's what actually gets inserted below, just below your skin, and then it starts to take the samples of your, I guess, blood sugar continuously. But you have to then scan it whenever you want to know what the value, what your reading is. So this is what I was talking about. You can see that little needle, that little piece of wire is very, very small. You don't even feel it when you are using that applicator to put it on your skin. But then here's what the circuit actually looks like once you break the whole thing. And then there is a video that actually describes what all of these components are, because that's where the interest for me actually started from, to say, what are all of these? As you can see, there's a very small battery towards the top. And then there's an antenna that goes all the way around towards the edge. And then there's other things sticking out at the bottom is actually a temperature sensor. So there is a standard. Texas Instruments actually makes that chip that you see in the so on the bottom right, and then it's got the specifications, which is very interesting to actually look into. So what in order for this thing to be able to read or push the because it's going to use that needle that's inserted under the skin to take a reading, and then in order to transfer that information to the app on your mobile device, and then it uses that antenna, but it only supports NFC. So the computer has to have support for NFC, but it works pretty well. But if you uh, all right. If you blow it up a little bit more, you can see more, I guess, in terms of the circuit itself and some of the resistors. And it's very, again, very, very interesting. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm thinking that the battery only lasts for 14 days. Perhaps that's just by design for you to use more of these. What about if you were to change the size of the battery? Maybe it might last a little bit longer. So that's what it actually looks like. Like I said, on the Libre, if you open it up, you can see that circuit. So, what about scanning? The way to scan this thing, you have to download the Libre Link app, as you can see on that screenshot. It's actually country based as well. If you live in South Africa, you cannot download the app that's used in the US. But if uh, uh, your mobile device country code is set to South African, then it downloads the correct one. Um, okay, once you have the app, here's just an example of what it does. Like, sorry, excuse me, I need to close my door. I'm in the office. There are people working outside. Um, okay, as you can see in here, it actually gives you the range. Uh, the part that looks green or slightly green. As it reads the data, it stores it. I guess in the device itself. When you scan, then it pushes the data that it read to the phone. There's also I'm sorry for that noise. Uh, okay. If I just take 1 second and close the door. I do apologize for the noise. I should have closed the door. As you can see, this is a reading. Actually, this graph was shared by my friend. As you can see, since he's diabetic, his graph, uh, i- i- for that period of time, it stayed mostly above the upper range. And then the bottom right, you can see where it's red, it was below. What it does, it actually does beep if your readings go outside of that range. And then if you this was, I guess, mine usually it stays within that range, because what we're trying to do, we were saying that maybe for us, what are the foods, South African foods, that can actually lead to a spike in your blood sugar. As you can see, if I go back to this other one, that's not a good thing. That big spike that's dropping down, but it's a good thing because it means that I don't know if he had taken something to actually bring it back down. But again, the advantage of using CGM is that as you are scanning and you see that it's going up, then if you know there are certain foods that actually would bring it down, then they can help to say, I see my blood sugar is actually going up. Maybe let me drink this or take my medication for it to come down. Because remember what I said at the beginning, having to prick your finger multiple times a day, I don't think it's a practical thing because it's painful. But in this case, when you're using a CGM, you get instant information anytime you actually need it without having to I guess, pricking your fingers. And then you educate yourself. Because like I said, the research that we want to do, we've already started to see, he and I will eat the same thing to see, since I'm not diabetic, how do I react? And he's a diabetic, how does his body react to exactly the same thing, so that maybe at the end we can compile a list to say, based on our culture or based on South African foods, these foods they will maybe make your blood sugar to spike, or this one may actually to bring it down. We don't know the answer yet, but we are starting to experiment with, I guess, different things. So again, this would be a screenshot. It provides a lot of other information. The other interesting thing is that Abbott, they have a cloud storage. You can actually create an account. When it reads all of this information, automatically it sends it to your cloud, so that you can actually print a very detailed report that can cover a certain period. Maybe I do one every end of each month to see how my body reacted. And then you can actually, if you can see at the bottom of the screen, you can add a note. For example, if I'm about to eat something and I don't know how I'm going to react to it, then I might put in a note so that in the graph that comes out, it was telling me that I ate this at such a time. Did my blood sugar go up or did it come down? The challenge, look at my time, all right, I think I have about 15 minutes. uh, I think I'm going to make it. But the challenge with using the scanning, you have to remember to scan. But what it does is that as it reads the data, it stores it or on the sensor until there's a phone where then it uploads it to your phone, and then at the same time it actually goes to the cloud. But what about if somebody forgets? One thing they have created is it's called a meow meow. There was one version 1, 2, and 3. What this thing does, okay, you actually attach it to this is version 3. It has and I see it attaches to the sensor itself, and then the bottom part of it attaches to the skin. So what this thing does, the meow 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 meow, every 5 minutes it reads the data from the sensor and then it pushes it to the app, so that you don't have to actually be scanning yourself. Because, like I said, sometimes you forget that it's there. In order for you not to even worry about, if you attach the meow meow, which is actually what we started doing last week, so that now the readings are just every 5 minutes you can see they just keep coming. So for the meow meow, it comes with an app called a tomato. I'm not sure why. That's what receives every 5 minutes the data from the sensor uh, to the app, and then it shows you this graph that looks like this. As you can see, it will show you what your average glucose level, and then that diagram in the middle would be the last reading that was actually taken, and then that arrow is saying that your blood glucose level is remaining constant. If it goes up, then the arrow points up. If it is going down rapidly, like if it's a spike, and then it actually points down. There's lots and lots of other, I guess, interesting information that you can get from the application. And then lastly, let me just talk about the AFib, because again, that's another thing that I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to look at the statistics in South Africa. So how many people actually end up having health issues because of AFib, maybe undiagnosed or untreated, because somebody may not be aware that they have this affliction, so that they could actually maybe get some medication for it. In this case, same thing. I'm using the Galaxy, the Samsung Galaxy 5. It does have a sensor underneath it. When it first came out, South Africa was not on a list of countries that had approved it. But since then, maybe it's been more than a year, it did get approved, because you couldn't even download it until maybe Department of Health had tested it and approved it. What it does is, I saw on the Galaxy Watch, if you touch the button, the top button, it'll start to read. It takes about 30 seconds to read and then to see if you're experiencing any signs, because it looks at your blood pressure and looks at your heart rate, and then it looks at the patterns. Then it might give you a warning. Like in this case, I guess I've done this. I think it was on November 12th. There was my blood pressure of beats per minute, like actually at 76, and then it says that it doesn't show atrial fibrillation. Then the other two cases on the Apple that I talked about, it was the fact that it kept warning. It was beeping, say you're having AFib or signs of AFib. The person kept ignoring it, and then what he did, his wife said, "Now, can let me wait and see what happens." So she wore his watch, Apple Watch, and nothing. It didn't report anything. And then when we put it back on, it started saying you're having AFib. So they had to rush to the emergency room in the hospital. So it was confirmed that indeed he was having, I guess, AFib. So for me, I'm using these two for the CGM to look at the blood or glucose levels. And then this one, every so often, I said, let me just see uh, how how I'm doing in terms of the, I guess, cardiovascular. Are there any issues that I actually need to worry about? So I think that's about it for me. It gives you maybe about 10 minutes to answer any questions. Thank you. I'm
I
not
apologize,
able
Doctor.
to hear you.
I apologize, I was muted. Thank you
Oh,
for that informative session,
okay. I
Dr.
hear you
Choi.
now.
Yes.
Not a
Yeah.
problem.
It was quite wonderful learning about how these devices work, and I'm sure our viewers got to take in a lot of information. So, following on with the questions, we currently have two, I believe, that came through now.
Very good.
The first one is from Tobani. What measures are in place to ensure the accuracy and privacy of the data collected by these devices? So the first question
Thanks,
is,
Tobani, for that question. That is indeed a concern. What they've done, these devices can't be calibrated. The modern ones, not so much. Are you able to hear me? Can you confirm if you're able to hear me?
we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I was saying that, yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, no, thanks for the question. Okay. Yeah, the accuracy is always questioned, but just like everything else, you have to calibrate. The older sensors, you used to do a calibration. For example, for the CGM, you would actually do a blood test, maybe do a prick, and use the older method, and then use a different machine that'll give you the values. Or you can go to the hospital and actually draw blood and get the actual numbers, and then you can go to the device and calibrate it to say my minimum is this value and my maximum is this value, and then you have to check that every so often. But they keep trying to improve the accuracy so that it can learn, I guess, over time as to where your patterns uh, tend uh, tend to lie within, I guess, you as a person. Because if you look at numbers, like if they tell you that the normal blood pressure is supposed to be 120 over 80, that is not true for everyone. But in general, that's what the case is. But okay, maybe to be short on your question, yeah, you use the old tried and true method of pricking to get the numbers. Then you program the device to say these are the numbers that it needs to look at. Thanks.
Thank you for that explanation. Our next question is from Nikhil Ramdev. So, are there any future plans to incorporate AI into these devices to get a more accurate data recordings?
Thanks, Nikhil, for that question. Yes, that's what I alluded to, because for me, that's where the interest also comes. Because remember, this thing is just giving you data, but it doesn't interpret what it actually sees. It only looks at what's the minimum value and what's the maximum, which would be the boundaries. If it goes outside of the boundaries, then it beeps. but is there anything else that he can actually learn? That's why I'm saying that the good thing is, especially the Libre freestyle, it also sends that information to the cloud. Perhaps we can build models that can now go look at that data and try using AI to see if it can discern some other interesting patterns. Yeah, the data is there. It's just for us to find a way to use AI so that we can learn. Thanks.
Thank you for answering that question. And then we have one more. How can the affordability and accessibility of smart health devices be improved to reach a wider population?
Thanks for the question. I think I did touch on that as well because at the moment they are very expensive. But with more competition, it's just that we don't have enough competitors yet because this technology is still relatively new to us in South Africa. But in other countries, I don't know, China or in the United States, they've been using it for some time. But initially, just like everything else, if it's new, it's going to be expensive. Over time, you get more competitors, the prices begin to come down. But at the moment, yeah, I do agree with you. It's out of reach. Even for us, we're trying to do research, and then we'll come out with what has been tested as these are the good foods, South African foods that are not going to spike your blood sugar, or these are the ones that will. But we're doing that out of research. Maybe if there's enough uptake where other maybe vendors that might create competing products. Because right now the main two ones are the Dexcon and then the Freestyle Libre. The Freestyle Libre is just a little bit cheaper, but it is still on the expensive side. Again, maybe to answer that question, yeah, hopefully more people are going to jump into the space and then create competing products, then the price would actually become affordable. But I'm even saying that even in the hospitals, if the government can, especially I've said this thing on AFib, in the hospitals, because you have very, very long queues. What if when people come in, you strap this Galaxy watch and then it does or could give you some levels as to whether you need to worry about that patient or not. With the sensors, you could do the same thing. Maybe you can have temporary ones where you can just attach to the skin and let have a patient sit down, and then you come back after I don't know an hour. I'm sure even the initialization time is going to come down to after you touch this device in 5 minutes is ready. So that then if you have 100 of these, you give the 100 patients while they're sitting there in the queue. You come back and make your readings and see, and then you're able to determine which cases are the worst ones that you need to prioritize. I'm just saying there's another way. It doesn't have to be always us who are using these things. Even the health department might look at how do you reduce the number of people that are sitting and standing in a queue for hours when you can have these wearable things, even for blood pressure. Those you don't have to prick anything. You just strap the device. It gives you what your blood pressure is, and then you can even help them to prioritize which are the worst cases and which one are the ones that they can maybe delay a little bit longer. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mchali. I really like that point, especially about having those like senses that people can use if they come into the hospital. Like as you said, you have a large number of people, their patients, and if you give them these devices to use, they could theoretically, sort through their data, have an
What
AI
I say in
even,
the queue.
yeah, and have
Yeah.
that AI sort through their data to sort out who's has a severe case, who doesn't, and that way
Yep.
making it safer and more
Yep.
efficient. I really like that.
Yep. Yeah, that's the idea.
Hopefully, we get to see some new competitors in South Africa. So at least, for the general populace, we can maybe look into getting one. I'd definitely be down to get one for myself.
Yeah, we need to spread the word that the technology is here in our borders. Let's
Yes,
find a way to reduce costs so that it can be available to more people.
I agree.
Mhm.
Well, it doesn't seem like we have any more questions, Dr. Mchali. Uh, Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was quite informative, and I'm sure some people learned quite a lot about healthcare now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. I'm enjoying the conference.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So coming up, coming up next, we will be having our second break, which will be from now to quarter to two. After quarter to two, we'll be having Mr. Alan P joining us for our first session, followed up with Charmaine Dube, and then Somni Diko, and then Mr. Nazir Juman, as well as Ms. Amira Bedihafi, who will be joining us from Portugal. Thank you everyone for listening in. We'll be back at quarter to two.